grasped it. And Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley. People like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago. People like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody.
Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord.
I'm saying hello to so many of you right now. No! Hello, Pro Streamer Move. Hello, hello, hello. I'll do it all again. I'll do it all for you. Hello, Eli Emperor. Hello, A. Ferris. Hello, Lee Kestner. Hello, Latzia. Hello, a Rancor named Spanky. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Screech. Hello, Baba Booey. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Rosie. Hello, Broadway Gamer. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Moshe Dale. Hello, Simric. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Quinn Decker. Hello, Dollhouse TV. Thank you very much for the raid. And hello, Jenny. Hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello, also, Mirren the Scene. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, bringing us up to 347, along with Letzia's membership earlier. And Latzia, thank you for being the first person to support stream tonight. And Marine the Scene, again, thank you for the 5-tier 1 memberships. Hello, Scotty Orange. Hello. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. That might have been a double. You might have gotten 2. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Jordan L. Hello, Jackie. Hello, Reggie Gibbous. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Calamus. Hello, Nocturnal 8999. Hello, Zeobies. I'm pronouncing so many names so incorrectly, it's fine. We're just gonna keep on barreling through. Hello, Mithril! Hello, hope you're recovering well. Hello, how we all doing? Hello, Banana Brains. Hello. I am going to be trying my damnedest, okay? Look what I got here. I've got 2 monster energies. The reason for this is because I am very sick. I'm feeling like dog shit. However, the show must go on, and I need to do at least enough content to make sure you guys are getting your daily uploads. Otherwise, the Dono Ghost will come and eat my bones. It's a fun deal that I and the Dono Ghost have. If I don't get enough donos, it eats my bones. And if I don't make daily sacrifices of video content from the content mines, it will also eat my bones. What do I get in return? The knowledge of a job well done. Hello, Brass Man. Hello, Agramuglia. Folks, go check out friend of the show. Making some great video essay content over there. Hello, how we doing, VBM? Hello, Cyberwolf. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Kim Jong Samantha. Hello, Aska. Hello, Rundo. Hello, I'm Dizzy. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Draconics. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, King Kerplunk. Hello, Datura Dude. Hello, Maliki. Hello, Gamerg. Hello, Morbius. Hello, Spancomcat. Hello, hello, hello. Had a long, exhausting, soul-draining stream. God, I am familiar with those. Hello, Vox Boxman. Ashley J. Curtis.
Well, then here's some Dono Ghost Repellent.
Thank you very much. That is very BWA of you. That is some straight up mint BWA energy right there, and I hope we are all displaying it for the rest of stream today. We are at 353. I can count. I don't have a degree in counting, but I promise you I can. And also, did I mention I have 2 of these? It's so that I have enough momentum to be able to get through all of the content we have today. All right? What does BWA mean? Excellent question. What does your heart tell you that it means? Because it doesn't mean anything. The origin of BWA stems from a story that I told on stream years ago about wanting to play the word bwahaha in a game of Scrabble. I was denied. I was told it was not word enough for that particular Scrabble game. And you know, that was probably fair. But my chat then used and weaponized that knowledge to mock me. by typing out text-to-speech messages that said, bwahaha. However, one of these donos, I believe it was from Paladin Lost, one of the mods, cut off the last haha, and so it ended it with BWA. And unlike the other text-to-speech functions, what that would read bwahaha, it chose to very deliberately spell BWA as it read it as a text-to-speech. And I found this funny and laughed very hard, and then people just kept doing it in their dono messages to be read off by text-to-speech chat, and now there is like BWA energy. What does it mean? Chat sometimes says it means bitches with attitude. Sometimes people say it means big white asses. You know, some people talk about it meaning any number of different B followed by a W followed by A words. And, you know, I choose to believe it embodies a spirit, a kind of conviviality that is shared amongst all of us, that is amplified and brought to life by our shared commitment to one another as a community. That's what I choose to believe. Yeah, big whales ahoy! Another one that could work. Absolutely. I thought it went wahahaha, evil laughter. I mean, it's you're very close. And then people, of course, started making the boihage jokes. You know, it just kind of took on a life of its own. And I, for one, absolutely fucking love all of the bizarre community-driven memes that come out of this community. I'm pretty sure 5 Barbies is going to be one of them, just blazed into the history of this community. 5 Barbies, BWA. The list goes on. You know, Jim Water, the cast of characters that we have and share together, the Dono Ghost. You know, we've come a long way together. The lore of this stream has really, it's approaching the level we could like have a role-playing campaign throughout all of it, you know? The Dill Burrito, a legendary component of the tapestry that makes up this stream. Yeah, Shimp, absolutely. Dr. Softhole. You guys just have Barbies within ass. Oh no. Yeah, Curtis Sliwa and the Ratmen. A band that I'm sure will come out with its next rock opera at some point in the near future. God, what an incredible thing that would be. Curtis Sliwa and the Ratmen. The musical. God. Bisexual water assessment. Dr. Softhole is crazy. Dr. Softhole was a saint. She was qualified. Anyway, we have so much content to get through today, but I did want, and I know I've already told you guys that we are going to be seeing, yes, mysterious Australian handler. Yes, we have a lot of great characters here at the Riverboat Jack Industries. Who mentioned him? Who mentioned who? Who's Mr. Softhole? No, there is no Mr. Softhole. Bunch of folks being sexist in chat. They hear doctor and they can't imagine a woman doctor. Max Stager, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. And also, hope your eyes are feeling better. I no longer feel the sting of chemical burns, which is pretty nice. Yeah, Grigor Nyatroshin is one of my favorite characters. All right. You guys need to put together like a Wikipedia page for all of the characters. Otherwise, I will forget them.
Blue wave arriving. Ocean wave emoji. Party face emoji.
Mr.
Party popular
Anderson.
emoji. Tumblr glass emoji. Herb emoji.
Hell yeah. Thank you very much for being a member for the past 30 months. My God, thank you. All right. So we've got a lot of content to cover today. I know that when we hit, I'm just gonna say if we hit 400, I'll let my hair down. Okay. That just a small, of course, a small incentive. But also, if we hit 500, we're going to be doing some what if alt hist response creation. Of course, I think you guys will enjoy that. But I did want to give you guys a preview of what I will commit myself to for the next big sub goal. Okay? Chemical burns, what happened? This is your a second PSA. Do go and check the expiration date of your sunscreens to make sure they haven't denatured.
Earlier I got high and watched some Spirit Science. Very fun time. I realized the two-part Atlantis video you mentioned previously is not what I've been asking for reaction to.
Oh shit. Well, you should find what you would like me to react to. And I'll oh, there it is.
The two-part Atlantis stuff is a segment of the larger video. I wanted a reaction. Apologies for being unclear here. Ya go.
Oh, okay. Nathan, thank you for the additional $5 dono and the direct link. I will put that in the tab. Okay? Jealous with the high spirit science? Look, I need to like pace out my reaction vids a little bit better that you guys dono for. But I promise, Nathan, it is in the rotation because it's an hour-long human history of humanity that heavily centers Atlantis, and I'm very much excited for this. Jacko, I've listened to Build Our Machine. It's very good. But yes, now I have the correct link. It's literally right on the tab. It's right in front. There we go. I have it on the tab bar right in front of music, so I won't lose it. Also, Mr. Anderson, thank you for the gifted 5 memberships. Very much appreciated, especially on a day when I'm feeling just absolutely terrible. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. And I think I only added 1 for you, Nathan. So there's your second one. Whew. All right, K-Thing, thank you for the £2. Jack is live. Something's happened. God, what's happened is I missed a bunch of days last week, so we need to play some catch up. That's that is what has happened. But I'm gonna give you guys a preview of what you have to look forward to once you pass not this 500 goal, because you already know what if alt hist is waiting for you there. But after that, what are we gonna do? Well, I'm just gonna play you guys the first minute of this.
If you grew up in the United States in the past 50 years, then you know about the Trail of Tears. It's one of those stories that's beaten into our collective consciousness starting in grade school. We're taught in no uncertain terms that Native Americans were forcibly removed from their ancestral lands by the U.S. government between 1830 and 1850, and that thousands of natives died in the process. The government did this so that white men could seize Indian land and the valuable resources that it sat on. In case you missed that lesson in the classroom, you might have caught it in the 2006 documentary narrated by James Earl Jones, or the sprawling national park with signs that note that the Indians did not want to leave, or the endless amount of online propaganda about it. Much of what they're saying is a myth. As it turns out, none of the Cherokee Indians who traveled the Trail of Tears had ever heard of the Trail of Tears. That's because
yeah, because it was that the U.S. government wasn't like, let's go do the Trail of Tears, boys. The U.S. government didn't call it Operation Trail of Tears. It's, oh boy. Anyway, on that note, that will be our next 500 sub goal. I will watch this and do like a kind of like what I did with the last one, where I went through and like just, did a fairly I think comprehensive overview just on from my point of view as a dumbass with access to the internet. Okay, and I for one hate this with a burning passion that I cannot really do justice to with words. So the next sub goal will be me meticulously putting together a sourced takedown of this video. So and then doing it live, of course, with you guys. So yeah, I hate it, and I must destroy it. I think it's too late to hide the trail of tears. Oh boy, but God willing, Matt Walsh is gonna try. Yeah, Simric, it's pretty bad. I haven't sat down and watched this entire thing yet, but like the general gist I can predict with 99% certainty is basically Matt Walsh is going to say they had it coming and they left willingly. That, like it's going to be a combination of those 2 points. And it's going to be just genocide denial, or like, oh, they wanted to be genocided. It's going to be fucking terrible. Is this the video Atton Shea reacted to? No, I think that one was the slavery one, which I also did that one, and I just want to say for the record, yet again, I did record that like a month before Atton Shea released his. All right, so just as an FYI, even though the segment got posted on YouTube a couple days after his, I did record it live a month before he did. Jack number 1, indeed. Jackass numero uno. Wait. God. Yes, all genocide denial is bad. I agree. All right. Jack not getting to a segment before I go to bed. No! All right. Remember, folks, at 400, I will let my hair down. But with that being said, let's jump into our first segment. And remember, folks, if you haven't yet, please like the stream, share it around, subscribe if you haven't. Click the goddamn button, in other words. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Hell yeah. Okay. And just gonna take a look here. Well, you guys could do a little bit better on the like front. Okay, look, I know we just started, but we have like almost 300 people here, and we don't even have over 100 likes. I think several more of you could hit the like button. I believe in this chat. The shirt is so short. It's true. It's like it's a super crop top, and like I have a little Imogen Olivia on underneath, and it has like the cute little like fringe down here. It's very cute. Anyway, speaking of, folks, go check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It is gender euphoric lingerie designed by my partner who went to one of the best lingerie design schools in the world and has decided to use her talents to make lingerie for trans femmes. And I know that there are a couple other companies out there that do that, but none do it really in the same way that she does, with like a focus on like feminine empowerment and like I don't know, just that gender euphoric pizzazz. She saw me like in tears trying to put on lingerie one time that was not made for my body.
Exercise today? The fascist did. Why haven't you?
Hell yeah, Uncle Simric. Thank you for the $10 super chat. But yeah, my partner saw me like really, really upset about the fact that like I was trying to look nice and pretty, and the lingerie designed for like the cis world doesn't fit as well on most trans bodies. And so she decided to tackle that challenge herself. And I feel really loved and affirmed by this, and I hope you all do too. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Whew. And yeah. It's also non-tucking, which is, you know, we want people to wear it who wear it to feel like it's made for you. Like you don't gotta hide who you are. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, depraved ambiance. And the goal was with Imogene Olivia, was to make something that wouldn't leave people who are so often marginalized, like trans women in particular, we're so often marginalized just on like the composition of our body types, and like being able to put on lingerie that isn't going to make you feel like stigmatized. I think it's lovely. Hello, Prince Seal, progenitor of one of my favorite sound clips.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
Ah! Also, apologies if my voice is a little bit hoarse today. I've been sick, folks. Been not super great. All right. You guys ready for our first segment? Oh, I did see that Mithril. Good riddance. Thank you, Spancomcat. Okay. We're all set. Here we go. Let's jump into our first segment, okay? So, folks, we gotta talk once again, as we do so often with these far-right figures. We have to talk about Camp of the Saints. Now, for those of you who might not recognize what that is, it's a book. It's a novel, dystopian novel, that is highly praised by one Steve Bannon and one Stephen Miller. It's
Jack hair down is good, but this for my long-term goal of Jack in more tight clothes.
Hell yeah, Archangel. Thank you for the $20 New Zealand dollary dues. Thank you very, very much. And also compliment appreciated. So, why is this book beloved by Stephen Miller and Bannon? Well, it's beloved because it's a very racist book. The main antagonist of the book is basically immigrants from Africa and the third world, so-called, coming in hordes to the European shores, and the need to fight off this invasion of black and brown folks. It's, again, very racist. It is a racist screed. It is looked upon with degree of scorn outside of far right circles where, you know, essentially you'd be right at home if you were wearing Klan regalia, you know? So, of course, it's no surprise to see that Matt Walsh is a big fan.
A few weeks ago, I briefly talked about a book called The Camp of the Saints. It's a dystopian novel by a French author that was first published in the 1970s. And the Camp of the Saints is unlike every dystopian novel that's taught in schools, because the villain of the story, in this case, is not the surveillance state or fascism or anything like that. Instead, the primary threat in the Camp of the Saints is a massive migrant horde from the third world. It's a book that was banned and censored relentlessly upon its release for obvious reasons. You're not supposed to see foreign invaders as a threat, and you're certainly not.
I love that Matt Walsh's position on this is like, well, no, this book is great because it shows foreign invaders are a threat. And it's like, look, there are plenty of works of fiction that deal with, like, another country invading another one. Or, like for example, Mulan. You all remember the Disney film Mulan? That involved a great deal of, you know, outside foreigners invading China. But the thing is, there's a difference between a book touching on that topic and a book very heavily proselytizing on that topic. Because Camp of the Saints is a preachy book that preaches racism and bigotry and intolerance. It effectively treats the idea that people from outside of your country trying to get in are all in masse a villain, you know, regardless of why they might be trying to come. And it portrays like that exchange of population as like an inherently negative and evil thing. Is it the Turner's Diaries bad? I would say it is like the book that white nationalists give to one another in order to work their way up to the Turner Diaries. You know? What they're like, it's kind of like entry level Turner Diaries. If I had, like, it's like a slightly more socially acceptable book to hand like a potential white nationalist recruit, you know? Yeah, it's like going with Racism 101 and Racism 102 or 201, whatever numbering method you want to take. Exactly. What's the Turner Diaries? It's straight up like neo-Nazi literature. Like unironically.
It's supposed to mock the naive Westerners who want to open the borders, which the book invites you to do, invites you to mock them. And now that many Western countries have been overwhelmed with foreigners, the Camp of the Saints isn't really even a dystopian novel anymore. It's more like a lightly fictionalized version of real life, which makes it even more depressing. No,
you don't get it, man. You don't get it. It's just like real life. Like, when I look over at Europe, I see people from other places going to Europe, and that's evidence that like this book about like an invasion is just like real life, man. Like, come on. It's not 420 anymore, Matt. You can't get away posting this shit. This is crazy. Matt Walsh is just like, well, this dystopian racism agrees with me, so therefore it's real.
The universe has no meaning to them, one passage from the book reads. They will not try to understand. They will be tired. They will be cold. They will make a fire with your beautiful oak doors. It's a passage from the book, which again rings very true these days. Now, after I mentioned the book on the show, it moved quickly to the top of the Amazon's bestsellers list. The publisher, a small outfit called Valbin Books, was thrilled, as you might expect, They invested a lot of time and money into translating a definitive...
Oh, wait. Sorry, 1 second. Called what books?
bestsellers list. The publisher, a small outfit called Valbin Books.
Valbin Books. That's interesting. Because that's not the name of the publisher of this edition that he's talking about. Spoiler alert, I did prep this segment a little bit because I knew what he was talking about. Now, what small publishing outfit is he talking about here? Well, there is a small publisher called, not Valbin Books, Valbon Books. And if you look at their bookstore, they have a very small selection here, but it's 2 different editions of Camp of the Saints, towards a conservative left, and then a lot of the a couple of different works by one Renaud Camus. Now, if you don't know who Renaud Camus is, you can be forgiven for that, but this particular Camus is the guy who invented Great Replacement Theory. And Camp of the Saints is largely billed as a proto-Great Replacement Theory book. And then you keep scrolling down, you have a counter history of French colonization, rather, which is basically a book that goes into, hey, was French colonialism that bad, actually? And their answer essentially boils down to, well, the real problem came down from all of the indigenous people who got promoted by colonization. They failed the fundamentally good-natured and flawed colonial project. It's really, really, really stupid. Yes, no relation to Albert Camus. So small selection here that I think is pretty interesting considering, you know? And look, I just have to think, well, it's interesting to say the least, but let's get into the meat of the story, okay?
Was thrilled, as you might expect. They invested a lot of time and money into translating a definitive edition of the book. Their goal was making it accessible and affordable after every other publisher had dropped it. And indeed, it was catching on. Various conservative commentators were praising the novel on social media, have been for a while. The reviews were almost universally positive, with a 4.8 star rating on Amazon, which controls about 50% of the physical book market. And then about 24 hours ago, the book simply disappeared from Amazon entirely without any explanation. If you tried to navigate to the latest edition of the Camp of the Saints, here is what you would see on the website. There was no indication of what happened, only that the webpage was down for some unknown reason.
Oh my God. Matt Walsh, do you think it was censorship? Matt, do you think it was censored? Is it because Amazon is now woke too? Oh my God.
It was unavailable for most of the day yesterday. Only the older out-of-print versions, the ones that cost more than $100 in most cases, were available for purchase, but the...
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that, like, the book is being censored, but only, like, only the cheap, but they're allowing the expensive. So if you're, like, a really dedicated racist with, you know, some money to burn instead of some crosses, you can just go and buy the older versions. So it's not that Amazon took down all the versions of the book. Wait a minute, this is starting to sound like maybe it's not just outright censorship, that Amazon doesn't want to support this book.
Affordable definitive edition of the Camp of the Saints was simply deleted from Amazon. And predictably, none of the leftists who claim to care about banned books, including politicians like Gavin Newsom, said a word about it.
Yeah. Why won't people speak out about this racist book being taken off of Amazon? Why won't they speak out? It has been inaccessible to would-be customers for 24 hours. Why won't they speak out? When will there be an official statement from the Democratic Party protecting and preserving the speech of white nationalists?
According to the publisher, Valbin Books, Amazon specifically claimed that the novel violated their offensive content policy. Amazon told the publisher that, according to the publisher, that it had reviewed the book's content and believed that it was unacceptable.
Oh my God! Oh my God! We must rise up in the name of free speech!
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
But again, they didn't elaborate on that. Apparently, it's not enough for every public school to ignore the Camp of the Saints. It's not enough.
Oh, yeah. I just... Every public school should clearly be teaching Camp of the Saints. There are multiple scenes in Camp of the Saints that involve depictions of, like, you know, the evil foreign horde raping. Like, it is unequivocally like a work of white nationalist wankery. God. Like, can we just take a quick look here?
People still listening to Matt Walsh WTF, speechless face emoji, speechless face emoji, thank you Jack for everything.
I need to show you guys this. All right. So this is published in the Journal of Anbar University for Languages and Literature, and which is an Iraqi university. But it is a research paper titled "Racism and Ostracism in Jean Raspail's The Camp of the Saints." Let's see if I can find a translated version of this. There we go. Okay, the current study aims to discuss notions of racism and ostracism in the novel The Camp of the Saints by the French novelist Jean Raspail. It will adapt the theory of Great Replacement as an approach to analyze and explore the effects of European racism and ostracism towards non-Western immigrants. The theory relies upon the belief that the white European race is under attack from the growing population of immigrants in Europe who might soon replace the white race to turn Europe into a container of non-Western ethnicities. The theory has been adopted in political speech as well as in social and demographic planning, and the novel The Camp of the Saints represents the core beliefs of this theory. So just as an FYI, I want you all to understand that as far as like the school system and academia treating this particular work, like it's known broadly for effectively being, you know, racist AI slop from before AI slop was a thing. You know, it's effectively just, you know, I think we should pull one of the great thinkers published by Vauban Books. Here, let's take a look at Camus, the bad one. Let's take a look here at his thoughts on Great Replacement theory specifically. Where is it here? Development, yes. Just on the Wikipedia page, Camus stated in an interview in 2016 with the British magazine The Spectator that he began to develop his idea of Great Replacement theory in 1996 while editing a guidebook about the Department of Herald. He claimed that he, quote, suddenly realized that in very old villages, the population had totally changed, unquote, and added, quote, this is when I began to write like that, unquote. So, like, his entire political philosophy is he walked through a village and realized, different people live here now than lived here in the past. And it's maybe one of the stupidest realizations to ever shape somebody's entire life. Like, oh, you mean the population of a town isn't static? People move into the town and move out of the town? And so the demographics of a place shift over time? Wow, that's crazy. Oh, so it was based on his feelings toward the change? Yeah, I mean, it's the same kind of feeling that a lot of these racists have, which is just things that make them feel weird, that seem like a change, cause them to, react.
I just got some good news. The NSW Court of Appeal has unanimously ruled that the government's emergency anti-protest powers were unconstitutional.
Hell yeah!
Eat shit mins.
Hell yeah! Cliff, that is great news, and thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate the support. So this dude peaked at around 5 years old. Yeah, the development of object permanence for some people is just a mistake. It's just a mistake. Okay? Apologies if I look a little rough today. I'm a bit sick. Whew. And yeah, also, of course, you can, in fact, still go and buy Camp of the Saints on Amazon. It's available right now. You can buy the cheap paperback that he's specifically railing. Oh, you censorship, where are the statements? Like, what do you mean, where are the statements? Where... It's available on Amazon right now.
For the media to call you a racist if you read it, Amazon evidently believes that...
Look, if you read Camp of the Saints and you walk away being like, there's some pretty compelling points in that book, I'm sorry, you are just a racist, because that is the main thing that the book is selling you.
The only solution is to erase the book from its shelves entirely. It's just too offensive. Now, at the same time, if you're looking to pick up a copy of, Mein Kampf, that's no problem on Amazon. You can buy that. You can see the store page right there. Amazon will happily sell. Just
like the degree to which these people instantly hit the sob and cry to the audience button. Like, the book was down for less than 24 hours. And you're already, doing conspiracy theories about how Amazon is censoring this book.
You the essential Mein Kampf, a new English translation of the classic work by Adolf Hitler, one of the most consequential leaders in world history, as it says in the description, so you can still buy that. And of course, Amazon will sell you all kinds of deranged left-wing propaganda, thousands of books like this one called My Child is Trans, Now What? A joy-centered approach to support.
I can't help but notice that this book has a higher star rating than Camp of the Saints, the book that Matt Walsh is trying to extol as a work of unparalleled genius.
So it's not offensive to encourage parents to mutilate and castrate their children in the name of gender ideology. The red line...
Just want to say, I know it gets redundant sometimes, but I do have to say, of course, that's not what that book is advocating for. None of the books or the figures related to trans, gender affirming care for trans people. No one is saying, yes, children, take the children. We've got this guy. We call him Edward Scissorhands. Just take him down. He'll take care of your kid. No one's doing that. But like conservatives have come up with like this caricature that lives in their minds, like some kind of fucking Babadook. It's crazy. More like Babadookie, am I right? Like, that was maybe one of the dumbest jokes I've ever made, but I love it. I love Babadookie. Great character to haunt conservative nightmares, okay? But like, man, these crybabies are incredible.
And apparently is a fictional book about mass migration from third world countries like India in particular, which is what the Camp of the Saints is about. The Great Replacement is their red line. You can't talk about that. They'll
The Great Replacement is their red line. Oh, you mean the anti-Semitic and deeply racist conspiracy theory that, the Jews are smuggling non-whites into America in order to take over the country, weaken the country's genes to take it over? Nah, what could be crazy? Nah, that's so rational, man. Look at how rational it must be. You have a fish on your wall. And like a baby-sized canoe. So rational.
Tolerate Hitler's book, probably because it's a historical document. They'll tolerate child mutilation, obviously, because they agree with it. But they definitely won't tolerate a contemporary, highly accurate portrayal of Western decline and the people who enable it. That's simply unacceptable to these people. Now, we reached out to the editor of Valbin Books, the publisher, to see if we might be missing something. We asked him what, if anything, Amazon could have possibly been referring to. And he told us that, yes, the migrant horde, consisting of 1 million foreigners, is indeed depicted in unflattering terms, but there are several non-white characters who are depicted as nuanced and cultured individuals or even heroes, including the Indian government minister, as well as, quote, a full...
I'm glad to know that at least Camp of the Saints has a few black friends. That I'm sure that absolves it of racism.
Fully integrated French national of Indian origin who joins the remnants of France's state and military in putting up a last stand against the invasion at the book's end. So as a factual matter, this is not a book that argues that...
Yeah, no, guys, like, this book is so well known for its racism that in, like, English literary circles, like, in academia, it is used as, like, a lens through which to understand, like, the rise of, like, the, American white nationalism in the era of MAGA. Like, it's used as basically the lens, because Great Replacement theory, like, spawns out of it, in a way. It's used as kind of the lens through which to understand right now American racism.
Indians or people from the third world generally are all fundamentally inferior or anything along those lines. Instead, to quote the editor, the intent of the author was never to slight the Indians or migrants. Instead, it was to warn of attitudes common in his era and our own that would necessarily lead to demographic submersion should such masses of people ever appear on Western shores. Quoting from the publisher. Of course, if you actually read the book, you'd recognize all of this. So the goal of Amazon and the left in general is to make sure you can't actually read the book. They'll just tell you that it's offensive, and that's the version you'll get, and that's it. And that brings us to an issue that's much larger than this one.
I'm sorry. Can I just... This is an article from 2018 from the New York Times, Inside the World of Racist Science Fiction. And in it, of course, it goes into just an entire alternate reality that conservatives have written for themselves. Whether it's Richard Spencer or, Jean Respale, sorry. Oh, yeah. One of the popular is Ward Kendall's 2001 Hold Back This Day, which imagines a future in which the evil, all-powerful World Gov has forcibly united the population of Earth under one religion, and by way of enforced race mixing, one uniformly brown-skinned population. Jeff Huxton is a schoolplex administrator and one of the few remaining white people. He slowly learns to cherish his white skin, becomes radicalized, and joins a terrorist group called NARA, Aryan spelled backwards. They hijack a spaceship and travel to Avalon, a secret all-white colony on Mars, which has been transformed into a paradisical homeland. Like, this is not an uncommon, like, genre, okay? Like, the idea of, like, we need to build, like, a fictional white supremacist, mythology. It's not one that ended with, like, Nazi esotericism. Of course, you've got a modern attempt to revive that in the form of these white nationalist works of fiction. And these are not Elon World. I see you guys chatting. I see you guys in chat. But these aren't even like that book isn't even singular. Like there are many works like this out there. And it's just that Camp of the Saints is one of the most well-known and obvious ones. The Turner Diaries, of course, is another example of exactly what we're talking about here. And I'm just gonna read this next excerpt here from this same piece. Sitting beside the Turner Diaries at the top of the white supremacist bestseller list is Jean Raspail's 1973 novel, The Camp of the Saints. It's a brooding parable that warns of the dangers of immigration and is something of a standout for being relatively well written, even in the translation from the original French. Mr. Raspail's caustic, often humorous, ellipses-littered prose is reminiscent of that of his fellow countryman, Louis Ferdinand Céline, whose own history as a Nazi sympathizer cast a shadow over his otherwise brilliant work. Like, here is this summary from of Camp of the Saints. Okay, are you guys ready? Because Matt Walsh, he's kind of generalizing. How bad can it be, really? How bad can it be? Here's how it is described in this particular New York Times piece. Okay? The book's central problem begins in Belgium, where priests are encouraging the adoption of Indian children as a form of charity. In an early scene, a roiling sea of desperate Indian mothers, wretched creatures, storms the gates of the Belgian embassy in Kolkata, each with a child in her outstretched arms. The country is soon swamped with these adoptions, and authorities announce an end to the policy. But it's too late! The mob gains strength as the Indians are joined by Arabs and other non-whites, and they eventually grow to 1 million strong, board a flotilla and set sail for France. The country's liberal government hesitates to defend against the onslaught, and as it stammers and acquiesces, the immigrants begin to enter the country. France's whites retreat northward, but are eventually absorbed by the demographic shift, and the trend spreads throughout Europe as indigenous population and other hordes are inspired to rise up.
Lots of utopian and dystopian fiction existed in the late 800s, early 1900s. A good leftist utopia is one in Red Star, also on Mars.
It's true. There are a lot of great and interesting and weird utopian, dystopian fiction books out there, but this particular rabbit hole, not home to them, okay? Yes, and if you're wondering, wait, so like mothers with babies?
Imagine a Wizard of Oz-like comparison. They're just like ignore the Nazi behind the curtain.
They are saying ignore the Nazi behind the curtain, exactly. Like, they're effectively like, 1 million mothers and their children are coming into France. It's the end of the world. They treat it like a zombie outbreak, Lizabeth. They treat immigrants like they're a fucking zombie horde. So, That's the book Matt Walsh is defending. Which, by the way, because this initial 1 million strong horde is successful in France, the book ends with this horde taking over the world and erasing the white race.
If 1 million people on a flotilla went to France, it would be less than 1.5% of their population.
No, you don't understand, Paladin. It's a slippery slope. 1.5% could easily become 100%. You know, because of race mixing. Which I do want to emphasize here that the big fear driving like these great replacement theories is kind of that race mixing element of like, oh no, we'd have to treat non-whites as equal. The horror! Like that idea is fundamentally what gets people like Matt Walsh. Yeah, if you add a 0 to 1.5%, it becomes 150%. You could have 150% of France being non-white. That's just math. The horror! Like, that's what Matt Walsh is scared of.
One book. I mean, make no mistake about it. The censorship of the Camp of the Saints is a clear signal of the left.
Again, the book is available again. And I do want to say, if you're wondering, hey, why did it disappear in the first place? Was it, in fact, because of censorship? Let's take a quick look here. Want to go over to this Talking Points memo article. Here we go. When Talking Points memo contacted Amazon about this, the company blamed the issue on a technical error that briefly affected the availability of a paperback listing of the Camp of the Saints, and the title is now restored. By Monday evening, the listings were available again. So, nothing happened. And it's been available the entire time. Amazon had a glitch. Amazon had a glitch, and Matt Walsh, in his rush to defend white supremacy, tripped over himself and blamed the glitch, started saying it was censorship. And I do want to say, Matt Walsh alone, to be fair, wasn't the only one claiming censorship. It was also Vauban Books, right? That publisher we talked about at the beginning. Vauban Books. Because Talking Points memo actually noticed something very interesting here, which is that, well, what sells books fastest to the far right? The idea that their book has been canceled. It's the biggest, most common grift that the far right does. And it works like 99% of the time. And so I think you can see that Vauban Books is deliberately trying to stoke a certain perception of what happened here. The publisher also began to notify administration officials who have previously used their offices to respond to social media controversies. Vauban tagged FCC Chair Brendan Carr and Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division Harmeet Dillon. The Center for Renewing America, a think tank founded by current OMB chief Russell Vought, said that a fellow who wrote an introduction to the book was being censored. Jeremy Carl, whose writings on white erasure lost him Senate support for a State Department nomination, suggested that the DOJ Antitrust Division should take a look. Like, basically, it's just a fabricated, like, controversy to sell books. Specifically, to sell white nationalist books. And, like, I don't know. I just think it's incredible the number of suckers and losers that the conservative movement has managed to take in. Like, my God. Every single Republican talking head despises their audience and thinks so little of their audience. They're just sitting there being like, I can put any slop in front of a conservative audience and they'll eat it up. I just have to say something Obama, Hussein Obama, and like they're they're just taking it and running with it. It's crazy. Conservative or MAGA? I would say both. You know, for the vast majority of conservatives right now are MAGA, you know, an increasing number are being alienated from, you know, the base of the conservative movement. But like, let's not pretend that the conservatives in this country are not by and large MAGA. To the extent many of them have stopped being MAGA and have gone more independent, it's a factor. It's a function of the entire fuck-ups of this administration, rather than an issue with the core messaging of MAGA. You know? So, anyway. Where would Mitt Romney, Glenn Beck land on that scale? I mean, Glenn Beck's full-on MAGA, and Mitt Romney is a dinosaur. He's relatively irrelevant to the current era of conservative politics. Like, I do not believe that there is going to be a resurgence of, like, the sane conservative movement. You know, that era is dead. It's effectively died. But, you know, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, right now, Donald Trump is sitting at, like, 68% support with Republicans, which is, you know, we'll talk about that in another segment, but like the fact that he has hit 68% support among Republicans, like I feel like if he drops below 66%, if we're looking at like 64, 62, 60%, like we start seeing a lot of things become possible that weren't previously possible. But it's not because of like the nature and spirit of the conservative party has found its conscience. It's because like the failures of the Trump administration become too much for the propaganda machine to handle. Anyway, let's finish this up.
Left's intent, should they ever take power again. You know, they haven't undergone a change of heart, even after their campaign of lawfare failed and Trump won the popular vote and returned to office. They're not going to moderate their psychopathic drive for power, and they won't hesitate to punish their political enemies. They will intimidate, censor, and destroy conservatives at every opportunity.
Again, keep in mind, this entire whining cry to his base, his viewership, is predicated on something that hasn't even happened. It's just a thing he imagined happened and got really upset about.
Now, in the case of the Camp of the Saints, the hit job was fairly well organized. A few weeks ago, a political operative for the French paper Le Monde wrote a lengthy article about the influence of the Camp of the Saints in the Trump administration specifically. The article was translated into English, and then shortly afterwards, just one day before Amazon pulled the book, New York Magazine ran an article entitled, "Why Orban's Loss Was So Devastating for the New Right." And it made the same arguments as the Le Monde article. It was clear the author either hadn't read the book or wasn't remotely interested in portraying it fairly. The article just regurgitated the same old talking points about the novel without any context. And the point was to give Amazon a pretext to delete the book. And Amazon got the message, and that's what they did.
That's right. Amazon Corporation, famously hinging its operations on the words of Le Monde. Yup. As we all know, Le Monde, as Le Monde directs, so Amazon goes.
We're very familiar with this kind of campaign. We've seen it play out many times, and it's still going on. But in this case, too many people noticed what was happening, so late last night, after sustained outrage from conservatives and social media.
I love the idea that in Matt Walsh's world, Amazon is like this lefty-loo company that isn't run and owned by a billionaire and doesn't like work its workers to death on the line and then tell people while the body is growing cold not to stop their work. Just don't look at it. Don't look at the dead body. You need to get those packages out. And conservatives look at this and they're like, ah, yes, this must be a leftist operation. And I can't. The level of political illiteracy in this country, it overwhelms me sometimes. It's crazy, the world that conservatives often live in, where they're just like, oh yeah, 9/11 was a hologram and Amazon is a leftist corporation. And also, JFK Jr. is alive and is going to come and replace Donald Trump. Like, what kind of world are you living in? How did you make it there? That's crazy.
A billionaire Trump donor who spent millions on union busting.
Must be a leftist.
Media, Amazon relented. They created a new listing so that people can once again purchase the physical edition of the Camp of the Saints.
Bro, their official statement is that it was a fucking glitch, which I believe because it's a fucking huge website.
Which you should do if you haven't read the book. And then around midnight, Amazon finally replied to my producers after delaying the response for several hours. Amazon claimed that some kind of error had caused the book to be taken down. They didn't explain why they told the publisher a completely different story, nor did they elaborate on the nature of this error and why it only affected this one book, which is kind of strange. That's a heck of a coincidence. I mean, you have a coordinated campaign by the media to explain why this book is offensive. And then the next day, there's an error that erases the books from the website. What a coincidence. So it's obvious they didn't expect the backlash, and that's why they offered no actual explanation.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure Amazon gives a big shit about the Camp of the Saints demographic. God. It's all so stupid, isn't it? Is he literally just ranting about customer support? Yeah, I wonder why Amazon didn't hop right to it and get their top PR people responding to you directly. I can't imagine.
For anything they did, and therefore there's no doubt that they're going to try this kind of censorship again, and soon. Amazon got ahead of itself here, but they're absolutely going to continue censoring wrongthink as soon as they feel like the political winds have shifted. This is how Democrats are going to operate the moment they return to power. We've already talked about their Project 2029, which has been endorsed by J.B. Pritzker in Illinois. The idea is to imprison everyone who's upset the Democrat Party, including ICE officers who are...
I'd be okay with that. Yeah. At this point, yeah, fuck you guys. I know I need to be more even-handed, but like, yeah, prosecute all ICE officers. Sure. Yeah, go for it. Knock yourselves out. A bunch of guys put on hockey masks and like terrorized people on the street and kidnapped neighbors and like shot people in broad daylight. Yeah, fucking arrest them all. Go straight to jail.
Lawfully enforcing immigration law. And on top,
is there a Project 2029 that Dems have? There's not like there isn't one specific one. I know that the Democratic Party has been working on one. It has not been taking shape in the way you guys might like, but this particular element that seems to have come out, I agree with.
That Democrats are now openly floating the idea of granting statehood to D.C.
Yes, as it deserves. It's the capital of the country. Of course it deserves statehood. Fuck.
And Puerto Rico, for the purpose of gaining more representation in the Senate so that they can pack the Supreme Court. This is James Carville's latest rant. Watch.
The Democrats win the presidency in both houses of Congress. I think on day one, this should make Puerto Rico, D.C. a state, and it should expand the Supreme Court to 13.
All right. On that note, I have to, we're going to end this segment because, just got to say, once and only once, I agree with James Carville. Once and only once. Look, James Carville is right. If Puerto Rico, like, there should be like a movement to grant Puerto Rico statehood if they like vote in favor of that resolution. Fuck, I think all the U.S. territories should be granted statehood. Okay, and also, yes, Washington D.C. Of course. Fuck everything he says, even when he's right. That's true. I do very much dislike James Carville and his... look, his fucking cowardice. The fact that he is treated as a serious political consultant at all in 2026 baffles me. He's been overseeing the constant losing of the Democratic Party for like the last 20 years. It's crazy that people pay attention to him and still give him money. I'd say James Carville agrees with you. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Yeah. James Carville is a gross man. James Carville, I thought he turned into a Sphinx. Not his titties aren't big enough. But one day. Oh, God. Also, like, can we just talk about the fact that, like, James Carville has looked like 1 billion years old forever? This is what he looked like 15 years ago. He looks seconds away from death. God. The fact that he made his name, guys, if you don't know, he made his name off of Bill Clinton's campaign, right? Back in 1991. And since then, he has just lost. He's lost non-stop. Okay? Like, he just proceeded to lose time after time after time after time. He backed Hillary Clinton in 2008. He lost then too. Like, it's genuinely just a baffling series of events for him to still be somehow relevant right now. Yeah, he's basically like if Ezra Klein was, 50 years older. But you know what? At least he's not a stand for Camp of the Saints, I guess. But he is a stand for, curling up in the fetal position in front of fascism. And that sucks butt. James Carville looks like a Muppet who went through the washing machine on it. On high intensity, yeah. Oh, God. Anyway, there you have it. That's the Camp of the Saints drama in a nutshell. It's very stupid, and it really reveals that the perpetual victimhood machine that conservatives require in order to stay irrelevant is really just bullshit. It's really just this is the thing you have to be angry about? A book disappeared off of Amazon for a handful of hours? Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, folks, I do want to say, go check out, I did an interview recently with Karishma Manzoor, a Senate candidate in New Hampshire, trying to primary Chris Pappas. Go check out that interview. It's very, very good. She's a very good candidate, and I think you all would really enjoy that interview. And also, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is lingerie designed by one of the best lingerie designers in the world. for trans people. So go check it out. And it's non-tuck. So it's actually goddamn comfortable. ImageneOlivia.com, link down in the description. And also, folks, just want to say, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We want to get you folks onboarded and part of your local political scene so you can make it better. Make your Dems more progressive. Make your DSA more effective. Let's go! And with that, leave a like, subscribe, do the thing, support the show. Go share this video. Go do it. Go share it. And let's keep on going. Whoo, we did it, folks. We did it. We did it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do 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 do. All right. We did it. We made it through a segment, everybody. And also, just want to say, if you've been getting anything out of the stream today, please, again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, do the things. And also, consider supporting the show because you guys make the show possible. I would not be able to show up here sick as a dog and just power through it with the power of caffeine and political optimism without your support. When will L size be back in stock? It should be. We are getting the next shipment in the next. Great question. I don't know the answer to that question. But there is another shipment on the way.
I'm late. Did I miss the milk and cookies?
No, you didn't. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Basically, in case you want to know what happened, why things are out of stock, our first order was placed during the initial round of tariffs last year. So basically, everything stopped shipping because people didn't want to pay the high tariffs. My partner said, "Fuck it, we're gonna go anyway and pay the high tariffs, and just eat that cost in order to get started sooner." And we assumed the same turnaround time, and that is just not the case. Now that tariffs got dropped significantly, shipping time is also back up. You gonna file for tariff refunds? No, it's not worth it. Do you like your coffee black or creamed? I don't like coffee. Whew. All right. Please consider supporting the stream. There you go. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. No, accept it. I'm sorry. Click the button. Click the button. I like coffee ice cream. Does that count? yeah. How we doing on the likes? We've been going for an hour and a half now, folks. Whew, you guys are killing it on the like front. Look, we have currently... We have about 430 some folks watching. I think we can hit 300 likes. I believe in you guys. Click the button is my new Sonic OC based on a computer mouse. I love it. I love it. Thank you for the $5 Australian. Appreciate you. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Dirty Chai is great. Okay. On that note, ooh, did I spoil it? Did I spoil the segment? Hope I didn't. Oh boy.
Drink 1 cup of coffee with cayenne pepper. It's worth a shot.
You know what? I'd be willing to do that. I'd be willing to do that. I like cayenne pepper a lot. I also like cayenne pepper on like chocolate, so that actually makes a lot of sense to me. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Oof. Good thing you reminded me about the likes before I turned in for the night. Hell yeah. Thank you, Melatonin Ale. Yeah, coffee with cinnamon. That might also go down well. All right. You guys ready for our next segment? Let's do it. Let's do it. Before y'all get too bored. So, folks, we gotta talk about, of course, the team up between one Barack Hussein Obama and one Zoran Mamdani. All right? Gotta talk about it. See our rent.
I've got nothing funny to say. I just wanted to show some
Hell
support.
yeah.
Sorry you had to eat the tariffs. Shit's nasty.
Shit is nasty, but you know what? It's getting better, and we're gonna continue to make it better together. Thank you for the $50 dono. Very much appreciated. Getting us closer to our dono goal all the time. Thank you very much for supporting what I do. And, well, I thought, of course, what better way to take a look at what Barack Hussein Obama is up to with Zoran Mamdani than through the eyes of one Ben Shapiro. So let's take a look. What does Ben Shapiro think about this dastardly team up?
The Democratic Party had a choice to make. Do you embrace Zoran Mamdaniism, this third world nonsense? Or...
Jesus. Okay, so just right off the bat, going very racist with it. Do you support Zoran Mamdani and this third world nonsense? Jesus. We are 5 seconds into the video.
do you run away from it because it is not representative
This is not at 1.5 speed. This is normal speed
of the vast bulk of Americans? And the answer is they ran toward it, they grabbed it, and they hugged it. The leadership is reflecting the middle. In any case, the leadership of the Democratic Party is full scale embracing the third worldism. Barack Obama, who's been...
It's wild. Like, can we just take a moment where Ben Shapiro looks at two non-white guys talking to one another and is like, this must be third worldism. Like, that's just racism, my guy. It's like when Pete Hegseth talks about the Pharisees in the press. You know? Like, it's just, you're just straight up doing the bigotry. Damn. Like, it's just, I'm so sick of mainstream press in particular just not pointing out that this is rank racism and bigotry. Like just straight up. Like, Donald Trump gets up in front of a microphone on the daily and is just straight up saying, like, oh yeah, anyone from Somalia has lower IQ. You know, Ben Shapiro takes his lead from that and goes, well, you know, Barack Obama and Zoran. Third worldism. It's crazy.
Kind of publicly missing from the debate for a while. He sounds off on Twitter every so often when he's not busy making crappy Netflix documentaries for too much money. He was out there campaigning, basically, with Zoran Mamdani. Why? Because Mamdani and Obama are of a piece. The thing that drove Barack Obama, I have said this literally his entire career, the thing that drove Barack Obama was the feeling that America was inherently guilty for all the problems of the world. This sort of post-colonial viewpoint was always.
Okay. America responsible for all the problems in the world? What? Like, we're some kind of imperial power? Well, that post-colonial idea, like, I'm sorry, if you're doing a colonialism, you are in fact responsible for a lot of the problems in the world. Like, you can't spend a century bombing and overthrowing other countries and then say, well, we washed our hands of it. We're no longer responsible for any of the consequences of our own actions. Like, the party of personal responsibility that Ben has espoused his entire life. You know, he's like, oh yeah, no, I believe in personal responsibility. All Republicans, we believe in personal responsibility. Personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility. Because actions have consequences and facts don't care about your feelings. But when it comes to the actions of a state over prolonged and systematized period, well, there aren't any consequences for that. There aren't consequences for that. There's not blowback for that. There's not, gonna be any consequences from that whatsoever. You can't, America responsible for slavery? I mean,
Barack Obama's viewpoint. You'll remember that Barack Obama, in his memoir, Dreams from My Father, wrote this, quote, I know, I have seen the desperation and disorder of the powerless, how it twists the lives of children on the streets of Jakarta or Nairobi, in much the same ways it does the lives of children on Chicago's South Side, how narrow the path is for them between humiliation and untrammeled fury, how easily they slip into violence and despair. I know the response of the powerful to this disorder, alternating as it does between a dull complacency and, when the disorder spills out of its prescribed confines, a steady, unthinking application of force, of longer prison sentences and more sophisticated military hardware, is inadequate to the task. Okay, that is third worldism in a nutshell. People are impoverished in Jakarta and Nairobi because of unfeeling elites who are doing capitalism and militarism and all the rest of it.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
Jack, it's just personal responsibility. The instant you get more than one personal together, the responsibility cancels out.
Oh,
that's just facts.
Oh, true. So it's kind of like a collective irresponsibility that he's in favor of. Interesting. But like, I'm sorry, I do want to hear his full answer here.
Unfeeling elites who are doing capitalism and militarism and all the rest of this. Right, that was always his position. So it's not a surprise to see. Okay, that is third worldism in a nutshell. People are impoverished in Jakarta and Nairobi because of unfeeling elites who are doing capitalism and militarism. And
that's not third worldism. Like, when Obama describes it, I can't believe I'm like coming to Obama's defense here, but when Obama's describing the plight of someone in like inner city Chicago who's homeless, and the plight of somebody who is suffering from deprivation in Nairobi, they both suffer under the same capitalist system. The system is the same. It's just the way that those two play out might be different compared to like the imperial core of America and the non-imperial Nairobi, Kenya. And so like what is being described here is capitalism oppressing both children, and both forms of that oppression is bad. That's not third worldism. That is a critique of capital. Marxist Leninist Obama. God.
And all the rest of this. Right, that was always his position. So it's not a surprise to see him with Zohran Mamdani, who believes precisely the same thing. It is Zohran Mamdani who says things like, the NYPD boot is laced up by the IDF. It's all the same thing for them. The hatred, this is what people need to understand. Hatred of Israel in the United States. Hatred of it, not opposition to Israel's actions, which again, that's all debatable, of course.
Is it?
Can I just say, for people who say we keep making up terms and not understanding English, Repubs love making up terms and not understanding English.
It's true. It's true. A lot of the terms that the conservative right lambasts or belittles originate in academia to describe very specific things, whereas Republicans will just straight up make up like a bajillion new terms to functionally mean the same thing as, the KKK in order to bamboozle people into joining up. It's nuts.
As it is for any country. But true hatred of Israel, the kind that's now being mainstreamed in the Democratic Party, and hatred of the United States, meaning hatred of our free market system, hatred of our Constitution.
What's wild is Ben reads a very light critique of the system from Barack Obama and talks about it like it's a fucking revolutionary screed.
Jack, does this make Biden a leftist?
It is interesting to see how figures like Ben Shapiro arrive at the conclusion that like Barack Hussein Obama, Joseph Robinette Biden, I like to call them by their true names, Marx and Engels. Like, it's just, like, he's just living in a delusional fantasy world, but it's interesting to see how it gets made.
Hatred of the fundamental principles upon which the United States is built, as opposed to third world countries everywhere. That hatred is coming from the same place. These are not separate issues. They are the same issue. Obama and Mamdani have always been on the same page, and they were over the weekend when they decided to get together to read to pre-K students in the South Bronx.
Here's enough to cover a pack of cold ones to help get through the pain of watching Ben once again be able to see the pieces of the puzzle that can be understood at age 7, unaware that they fit together to make a big picture.
Well, that's why he's really mad about this, because if you have Marx and Engels showing up to read literature to, kindergartners, they might realize when they hit the age of 7 that systemic inequality is bad and unjust and should be opposed. That's why, at the end of the day, we are dealing with the segment where Ben Shapiro is losing his shit about a former president and the mayor of New York reading books to children.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round.
What? Talking about buses and wheels? Why, are you trying to indoctrinate these children into believing in public transit? Communism?
Wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town.
God, it is so fucking
The
cute.
fact that Obama is even doing that with Mamdani shows where the Democratic Party is.
Guys, how can anyone, like, conservatives are so far off the map now, like, just so far gone that they look at this and they're like, Obama, he's saying wheels on the bus to those kids. They're gonna be scarred for life. How could he?
The Democratic Party had a choice to make. Do you embrace Zoran Mamdaniism, this third world nonsense? Or do you run away from it because it is not representative of the vast bulk of Americans? And the answer is they ran toward it, they grabbed it, and they hugged it. And this is why when Zoran Mamdani says he's never running for president, which of course he can't, he wasn't born in the United States, that should be of cold comfort. Because the entire point here is that...
What? Happy kids? That's practically atheist, trans, anti-American, pro-China communism.
Well, not only that, but like, you're getting these children chanting about buses and public transit. No, we can't have that. They should be singing about cars. Where are all the Lightning McQueen plushies in that corporate-sponsored school? Come on, corporate America, we can do better than these commie bastards. Like, God, it's just racism. Like, looking at a video of two black and brown man singing "Wheels on the Bus" to a school full of inner city kids, and being like, "This is communism." Like, you're literally living in a fantasy world where, like, these people like Ben, it's so exhausting for them because they have to constantly build a cathedral of bullshit every time they choose a topic to talk about. My job is comparatively easy. I just get online, I find these stories, and I know already from the jump this is gonna be bullshit. And then it somehow becomes even more bullshit than I was expecting or had prepared for. You know? It's crazy. Yeah, wait until they learn about the importance of infrastructure from London bridges falling down.
This is a movement, and he is just one member of that movement. Democrats have discovered Bernie Sanders socialism fronted by people who are of diverse background, often from third world countries. This is the new formula.
Oh no, diverse people championing policies that support all of us? The horror. What a terrible dystopia for all of us. Those kids have no idea who the hell Obama and Mamdani are. Oh, just wait. Just you wait until Mamdani runs for president and they all change the Constitution. Buses should be slow and expensive. Exactly. The wheels on the bus going round and round? No, we need to reject the wheel, embrace the square design for the bus wheel.
Folks, there is one aspect.
All right, he's done. It's so stupid. Everything is so stupid right now, but like, it's deeply important to look at how stupid this is and to realize that these people have, like, millions of dollars at their disposal, given to them by the billionaire Epstein class. And the important thing to take away from this is, yes, our enemies are very stupid, but also they're very well funded. And the only way we beat them is by organizing together. So I'm encouraging you all, get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, jump into our Discord. We can help you join up if you don't know where to take your first steps in that regard. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. And we can help you get started. And if you don't want to join the Discord, you can, of course, jump over on riverboat.gg, where you can find one or both of them most of the time when I'm live. And I just have to say, I do think we can organize our way out of this, okay? I do have that, particular delusion. And I do hope you all do what you can, because it does make a difference. And you have the opportunity to change not just your city or your town, but also your state and even your country. And I think that that's a beautiful thing, and we need to fight for it. So organize, organize, organize. Also, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also consider going over and leaving a comment on my recent interview with Karishma Manzoor. Very, very cool candidate for Senate running against Chris Pappas in the Democratic primary in New Hampshire. Go check that out. Really, really good conversation. And I think you should, if you can, volunteer to phone bank or door knock for her campaign. Also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. A link down in the description.
You thought DQ Story Hour was bad. Wait for Socialist Sing-Along.
I love Socialist Sing-Along. Also, sorry you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Midnight Rider, thank you for the $2 super chat. Indeed, indeed. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It is non-tucking lingerie. It is, I think, pretty revolutionary. It's changed my life, the way I wear underwear, and it makes me feel very fancy and beautiful. So go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description, and let's keep on going. There we go.
Ben Shapiro backwards is or up is Nebraska. That's literally nonsense, but so is everything he speaks.
Very true, Annalisa Zura. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated.
Is this Ben Shapiro?
Let's just take a look. Unfortunately, that sounds thing will attract the DMCA bots, but very funny nonetheless. And yes, that is Ben Shapiro. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And folks, we are now 1 sub away from my hair being let down. And we've finished our second segment. Look at us go. We did it. Yeah, also, folks, for real, if you haven't, go leave a comment on that Karishma Manzoor interview, because the comments really help juice it in the algorithm. And right now, it's sitting as one of the least watched things on my channel that I've uploaded recently. And that's a crime, because it's literally one of the best things I've done recently. So go check that out. Stop the Stupidity. Thank you for the gifted membership, bringing us up to 400. You guys are in striking distance of what if all tis tonight. And let me do. Here you go. I think you guys have earned this.
And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Banana Brains? No idea. You can give it a shot. Nocturnal 8999. Thank you for the membership.
401 yay.
And Salmon Moose, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Bring us to 403. Let's go. Protect my bones! If I don't get enough donos, the dono ghost will eat my bones!
striking distance or striking distance?
Exendu, thank you for the $100 super chat. Very much appreciated. My God. Thank you very, very much. Ransom Ballard, it's another Jazz Dog original. I'll go steal some people's bones just in case it comes from me. Go, 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 ghost. There we go. Has the spooky, scary skeleton vid gone into public domain? Unsure. Can Riverboat river dance? No, not to save my life.
Taisetsu na mana wo protect my bones. Boku ga warui so let's fighting. Let's fighting love.
My God. It's so hot. It got really hot today. Oof. Jazz Dog songs go stupid hard, it's true. Oof. New haircut? Nah, guys. Just let my hair down. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this? What the hell? All right. It's the My Little Pony cast, apparently reimagined as Buff Boys. All right. All right. Also, I believe that brings us to 425. There we go. Huh? I don't know. Look, I don't know. Sometimes people don't know and link things that I don't know. I don't get it. All right. You guys ready for section 3, segment 3, as it were? What if I don't know? She might play the Rev Right video? Nani? Making progress now that nobody's talking about Barbies? Exactly. You got it. You got it. You got it. All right. Next segment. Here we go. So, folks, we of course have to talk about Virginia redistricting, which, you know, it's just a fun little story from tonight. And I, for one, take great pleasure in seeing it play out. Because earlier today, of course, Donald Trump panicking on the eve of another Democrat redistricting effort, posted on Truth Social at 5:50 a.m. Virginia, vote no to save your country. And well, let's take a look. How did Virginia vote today, in particular? Oh, Virginia passed the redistricting map by about 90,000 votes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We did it. Yet another redistricting effort succeeds for the Democrats. And I do want to point out to folks that all of the Republicans screaming about how unfair it all is, and I want to be very clear here. They are screaming about how unfair it is. It really is so egregious that Virginia's wealthiest residents are straight up trying to steal voting power from the state's rural and working class voters. From now until eternity, any Virginia Democrat who says I support the working class or even I support our farmers should be asked, then why did you support disenfranchising them?
I believe in the great Virginia that was once promised to us. All hail the Dommy Mommy Kitty flag. NGL, the Republicans crying about Northern Virginia has been very funny, very funny.
Almost every county in Virginia moved hard to the right compared to 2025 and even 2024. Most of rural Virginia appears poised to perform Trump's margins by enough to shift the entire state to no. If Nova followed suit as well, but Nova did not follow suit. Most Northern Virginia counties moved to the left of 2024, and that's the ballgame. Virginia is under hostile occupation. We are ruled out of Fairfax County, and there's nothing we can do about it. Yet again, conservatives constantly complaining about the fact that Nova, Northern Virginia, they are constantly complaining about the fact that more people live in cities than live in the countryside. Full stop. Like that's it. Full stop. You know, the complaint is all of these Democrat counties where there are cities where millions of people live. Look at them in a democracy, having a say in how their state is governed. Like that's crazy. Like, yes, in a democracy, the majority of people should have a say in how their state is run. People don't vote, land does. Like, I don't know. Like, this is crazy.
Skill diff. Get wrecked, noobs. Cry about it.
Indeed, a ridiculous way to do constitutional change. Among many other things, it is absurd that 50% plus one of the vote can amend the Virginia Constitution. It's insane that the majority of voters can amend the Constitution. Why is it... I'm sorry, why is it insane that a majority can alter the Constitution? Now, it seems pretty reasonable, actually. In a democracy, you know, governance by the people and of the people. That doesn't seem strange to me. It's insane only because they lost. Very true, the Pred d'Ambiance. And exactly, Paladin. They didn't give a fuck about disenfranchising cities like Austin and Houston and San Antonio. Of course not. With the Texas redistricting, it was all very different. Very, very different. But, like, every Republican state must redistrict. Do unto the Democrats as they've done to the Virginians. Any Republicans who refuse to comply should be primarily removed from office. Now is not the time for cowards. We need men and women of courage. And I just want to point out the math on this, if you actually bother to do it. If all democratically run states redistricted, and all Republican states redistricted, Democrats would win every election, every national election from now until the end of time. Like, the thing you are advocating for is bad and will not help you. Apologies if my voice sounds a bit different. I'm a bit sick at the moment, by the way. Also, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help. In the algorithm, for whatever reason, go check it out. Go try it. Give it a shot. Okay? God. Northern Virginia / Fairfax is already represented by Democrats. They voted to take away the representation of the rest of Virginia because they hold them in complete and utter contempt. I mean, a wild way to talk about the majority of a state voting together to change the Constitution. Like, that is the process. You lost an election, and you're just like, you voted to disenfranchise people. That's how the system works, Sweaty. One of the reasons they're really aggressively fighting this and butthurt about Virginia is that mathematically they're running out of places to do anything of value because so much of their congressional foothold is based on small rural states where they already have 100% of the representation. Well, yeah, that and the fact that, like, not only are they running out of space to do anything, like, the places where they have done stuff, where, like, in Texas, for example, where they redistricted, like, with the amount of swings we're seeing in special elections, if that holds true through the midterms, like, we could see some of these gerrymandered Republican states flipping blue. Like, the gerrymandering does not make it a foolproof thing. And they treated it like it was, and they're doing this because Donald Trump ordered them to. And it is also one of the things that could be the very tool of their own destruction. Like, of course you created an arms race when Donald Trump started this redistricting battle. And that arms race was not going to end well for Republicans when it began, and they knew it, which is why they weren't trying to do it until Donald Trump stepped in and told them with his big, stupid face to do all of this. And now they're fucking themselves actively. They dummy-mandered themselves too much. Exactly. Yeah, Indiana stopped the process because, like, if they did, they are completely boned. So this is just Republicans getting exactly what they were told they would get if they went down this road. They crammed 70,000 third world refugees into Virginia so they could buy their ballots. It's that simple. Democrats won this referendum on the strength of their mail-in vote margin. While it was only 11% of the vote so far, it was an astonishing and almost inexplicable yes plus 45. That translates to about 5 points in the overall margin, which is more than Times estimated yes 3.3. That's why it's called an estimate, bruv. Also, if your argument is, well, they put 70,000 people in there. Well, the margin was greater than 70,000. So even if you threw out all 70,000 of those votes, this still would stand. Like, the democracy dies in dark blue Fairfax County. Like, these people are all fucking jokes, man. I just... They're all crumbling in real time. And it's like, well, why is that happening? Why is the Republican Party, like, cratering so hard? And I just have to look around and say, hey, maybe it's because you've normalized guys like this. Ohio gubernatorial candidate with a rifle invites Vivek Ramaswamy to play Cowboys and Indians. Hey, Vivek, you want to play Cowboys versus Indians? His name's Push, by the way. And he held his events in beer halls. One guess as to his political outlook. Like, goddamn. Don't worry, it's Feather, not Dot. Using discriminatory words to differentiate between an indigenous person and an individual from India. Dot referring to the bindi that some Hindus and Jains wear. And yes, in this ad, he is shooting a gun. Because that's just what the Republican Party is now. You know?
You're forgetting that Republicans don't believe in math, only Israel and mango madness.
I mean, true. Can I find this? Was this it?
Well, if a gun control bill lands on my desk, my veto pen is never going to run dry of ink. In fact, I might just be like Tom Selleck, Quigley Down Under, and put a few holes in it at 500 yards, just to make a point. Well, if a gun control...
Like, this is where, like, the Republican Party is right now. Like, oh, okay, you know, maybe he's, maybe he's got some good ideas, guys. Maybe he's, just kind of a cool dude. Look, he's got cool sports cars. Maybe he's just a guy's guy, you know? The kind of guy who likes to drive around in a sports car, shoot guns, drink beer, and, also, just...
See, I know Vivek Ramaswamy ain't no gun guy because he doesn't have a hat like this.
The ATF is gay.
Let's see. Beretta 92 at 45 yards? Let's see.
Yeah, we're good. We're good, bud.
Meanwhile, they've been pushing cum control perpetually.
I mean, yeah. Also, just Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. This is an actual post that this is an actual post that he made. Quote, this is from Casey Push, a GOP candidate for governor running in the primary right now against Vivek Ramaswamy. And I'm just going to read it to you. Tonight, I'm honored to be speaking at a Christian conference in Ohio. I'm not Hindu, so can someone please explain this photo of Vivek to me? Also, why are foreign Indians threatening my favorite steak joint on Saturday night? I'm still going, though. Gonna drive the Viper from the Mid-Ohio racetrack. Vote push. And the H-1B visa grift. And this, in fact, is the image he posted of Vivek. Photoshopped. Like, this is what is taken as, like, a reasonable guy who's capable of running in, like, GOP politics right now. This is from April 16th. This isn't from even that long ago. I gasped. It's genuinely, like, astonishing. God. Vivek the Divine Feminine. It's just, you know, the hood-off nature of the current GOP cannot be underestimated, you know? It's 12-year-old behavior. Yeah, but 12-year-old behavior in an adult man, that's, like, it's just, you know, it's uncorrected racism from the 12-year-old that then matured into the racism hardened of an adult man. God.
Man, I would feel really disrespected if I were Vishnu to be associated with Vivek.
And yet, like, this is, you know, like, I'm not here to, like, I'm not a fan of either of these guys, but, like, let's be real. The fact that this level of racism has been normalized and to some degree accepted within the Republican Party, you know, it's all downstream of Donald Trump. It's all downstream of Donald Trump going out in front of everyone and talking about how, like, you know, the Somalis have low IQ. Like, that, it's just racist bullshit, and it's all trickling down from the top. Trickle-down economics doesn't work, but trickle-down racism, absolutely a thing. It creates a permission structure. And this is one of the reasons, by the way, that I am afraid going forward into the future and why wins like in Virginia are such a big deal, you know? Because wins in Virginia make it more likely that we are going to see kind of a dissolution of the Republican Party to an extent, as it continues to radicalize but shed followers, which is kind of the argument I've made as to the, you know, way things may go in the future, which is that the Republican Party continues to radicalize around folks like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, etc. And as that process continues, you're going to have these different disaffected former Republicans, you know, going into the Democratic Party. And that's where you're going to really see this kind of Democratic civil war take on a new and larger form. And that's where the real kind of distinctions are going to be. And so all I'm saying is I'm glad that there are now more institutional barriers from this becoming like a dominant strain within American politics. And I hope to God that it's on the way out. God. Anyway, folks, this is why you need to organize. You need to organize on a local level, because otherwise, that guy is fucking organizing. That guy who's posting memes like this is organizing. He's showing up. at local political events. He's showing up to try and get other conservatives elected on the local school boards. Okay, he's showing up. And if you don't show up, your community can become dominated by guys like this. And you might not even know about it until the shit starts hitting the fan. Okay? So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, make your local Democrats more progressive, consider it a takeover of the local party to get you, a socialist or a communist or, some kind of sock dem. Consider it a takeover of the Democratic Party on the local level to take it away from corporate Democrats and, neolib Democrats and take it over. That machinery is there and available for you to take power. Use it. Use it. Make your community better. Make your DSA more effective. Join your local DSA as well. If you don't know how to take those first steps, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA, or you can jump on over to riverboat.gg right over here and talk to them yourselves over there. Because our goal is to help onboard you into this fight, to help make it easy for you to get involved with efforts to take over your local, school board, to efforts to make your community better. We want to empower you to have that agency and do the things. And we have people who can help you do that. So get involved. And also, if you're getting anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button. Leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also, folks, do check out ImaginaOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. I'm wearing it right now. It's super comfortable and also elegant and sexy. Go check it out. It's non-tucking lingerie. Link down below in the description. Go check it out. And let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. Yeah, non-tucking. It's a game changer. All right? It's a fucking game changer. Yes, and if you're in a solid blue area, join up anyway. Take the party away from the would-be corporate Democrats. I want to remind folks that the entire corporate Dem structure falls apart if you take over the grassroots. If you take over the grassroots of the machinery itself, you can effectively end the corporate Dem stranglehold on America. Hello, Story of the Bard. We have done 3 segments so far. Now, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours. If you've been getting anything out of the stream today, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, click the goddamn buttons, and also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Help support the stream because you guys make the show possible. Could not do it without you guys. How much money for you to do a Nazi esotericism segment? $100?
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click
Hell yeah. That's true. That is just a what if alt hist segment. So honestly, if we get 75 more subs and donos, you guys will almost certainly get say a large portion of a show of me talking about Nazi esotericism. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Nazi esotericism is basically what a falthist.
Exendu, thank you for the $100 dono. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. Look at us go, folks.
It's fucked up how we can draw a straight line from slavery to the failure of Reconstruction, to Jim Crow, to Nixon and Reagan, and arrive at the gutter racism of the modern Republican Party.
Yeah, all well, of course, they are just sitting there being like, how could modern inequality of African Americans possibly be related to slavery? It was so long ago. God.
Here's 5. Enjoy the rabbit hole.
One-eyed weirdo, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you all so much for supporting this show. You guys, genuinely, you guys are my sponsors. Makes it possible for me to do what I do. My fiance and I will each have the opportunity to ask California gubernatorial candidate Xavier Becerra a question next week. We're already planning to ask about Palestine. Anything come to mind for a good hardball topic? Ooh. I mean, Palestine is a really good one. You know? You could even you could tweak it to ask about AIPAC support. Oh God. I have not been paying as much attention to Xavier Becerra as I should. So do we get the segment with that donation? No, we'll get the segment when we hit 500. We're getting close. We're getting fucking close. But if you have a specific question about Nazi esotericism, I can probably answer it. Also, just want to say you guys are doing so good with likes. You guys are doing so good with likes. And I keep telling myself that I'm not sick, that I'm just like I'm being big baby about it. But at the same time, my voice is disappearing after like 2.5 hours of doing this show. I'm going to keep going as long as I can, but at a certain point, if my voice gives out, I will have to stop the stream. Exendu! Thank you for the $100 dono! We are now cooking in the strike zone. Let's fucking go! I have a question. Can you explain Nazi esotericism? Yeah. So basically, Nazi esotericism is the idea of taking kind of the array of ideas put forward by the Nazis, mixing like eugenics and Aryanism, their kind of like foundational myth of Aryanism, with mystical components, and trying to draw a link between the kind of manufactured Nazi belief system and a link to more ancient, religious beliefs, cultural beliefs,
etc. It's wild to be calling out the left for phrenology level, IQ science level arguments when you have so many cartoonishly evil-looking members of the cabinet.
Right? They're like fucking caricatures. It's crazy. I have a segment coming up titled The Liquor Cabinet, because that's just how I've been thinking about Trump's cabinet the second time around. but like you have like different ideas, like kind of the spirit of the people, like the fusing of like eugenics beliefs with like race and ethnicity science, you know, pseudoscientific ideas. It's why a lot of the early Nazi esotericist writers and proponents were also like, you know, chariot of the gods type thinkers. By the way, the folks, I don't know if you guys know this, the folks who originated the ideas of like ancient astronauts or like aliens being responsible for the works of like indigenous people and cultures, yeah, they were Nazis. They were the Nazis. The Nazis popularized the idea of ancient astronauts. Don't know if you guys knew that or not, but yeah. Basically, the premise being none of these indigenous people could have possibly been advanced enough to be able to do these incredible works. So obviously, aliens had to do it for them. And so you have a lot of these early ancient astronauts, pseudoscientists, pushing ideas that combine Nazi concepts with various pseudoscientific theories, like Hyperborea. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Hyperborea.
Another 100 because Nazis can drink a cup of my ball sweat and struggle breathing. And
Hell
yes,
yeah.
Von Daniken is a racist lunatic.
Hell yeah. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $100 dono. Very, very much appreciate it. Hell yeah. Yeah, look, the one exception to like ancient aliens are actually pretty cool. Well, sorry, there are two exceptions. All right. One is, of course, the Fifth Element, and two, Stargate. So, Nazi esotericism is a wide variety of different belief systems that all kind of come back to like this fusion between Nazism, Aryanism, eugenics, etc. So hopefully that answers your question. And it tries to like find more not believability, but like find more, what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with an R. Find more credence effectively by latching on to other ideas that
Stephen
people
Chun,
believe.
the WH Comms director. Legit looks like a Bond extra.
Oh god, he looks like fucking Oddjob. He looks like he would run around as like a character in like an N64 game with like a hat with blades around it and go, you know? Oh my god, he does? He really does. It's not a joke. That's just a fact. This man looks like he'd be a cheese character in a multiplayer low-res video game.
Make Jack cry, dono train.
God damn, you guys. Thank you so much.
I'm poor. You give me hope, you entertain me. You're an inspiration queen. Aliens are real, haha. I talk about NZ and UFOs on my podcast Inspired Earth.
Well, thank you so goddamn much, and you guys have achieved the goal. My god. Respectability. Thank you, Liz Galahad. That was the word I was looking for. And Nocturnal8999, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go, folks! You did it! Now, I would love to say we are immediately doing Rudyard, but I know that that is going to wreak havoc on my voice. So, what I am going to commit to is that tomorrow night we will do What If Alt Hist. Okay? Tomorrow night we will do What If Alt Hist, and my voice will be fresh, so we will be able to do it. Okay? Is that acceptable for you guys? Because also, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different segments to do, and I'd like to get through some of them. But is that okay with you, or should I try to go? Because I know if we start the Rudyard segment, it's gonna be 3 hours minimum. You know? Save your voice? Okay. I'll try and get through as many of these as possible. Casper Cosmic Lord, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. And also keep in mind, folks, your donos are still going to rack up for the next dono goal, which is, of course, a systematic takedown of Matt Walsh's false history of indigenous people in America. You'll only be sicker tomorrow? Wrong. I've been sick for the past 2 days. So my hope is that I'll feel better tomorrow.
Ah, such weird beliefs can be represented by a monk's chant from Age of Empires 1. Hoi yo yo, hoi yo yo.
I always thought it was wolololo, wolololo. I literally did it earlier today. I don't remember the context. Thank you for the $5 dono. Also, Coder Joe and Archangel Decab, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. Let's go.
Have some Bezos bucks.
Wait, sorry. I mathed wrong. There we go. Don't hurt yourself. Go easy. I will do my best. Yes, Aton Shea had a nice reaction to Matt Walsh's first slavery bit. As did I. You should all go watch mine and Aton Shea's. Yeah, guys, get your bingo cards ready for What If All His tomorrow.
Please go buy some tea and honey for your throat.
Ooh, I will. That sounds really nice. That sounds really, really nice. Thank you, Daphne, definitely, for the $10 dono. Whew. Bingo. People in chat have been talking about how they put together their own bingo cards for What If All History segments that I do. I don't know if you guys have shared them amongst yourselves or not, but someone should put together like a publicly accessible one so that chat can play together. Oh, who is this Aton Shea person? I only know Marxist Chaggist content. Aton Shea is one of the content creators I highly recommend. Let's take a quick look here. Yeah. So he does a bunch of different videos over on YouTube, as well as like short films and full-on feature films.
Is also in there. They have a few chants.
Wait, do they do multiple ones? Oh man, it's been ages since I played Age of Empires. But he has a lot of different videos on content. I highly recommend it. I think his content's really good. Yeah, a lot of really cool stuff. He's famous for a series called Checkmate Lincolnites, which is basically about, you know, combating the revisionist history, pro-South revisionist history. Pro-Confederacy revisionist history. There you go.
What if Alt Rudyard drinking game?
Yeah, he's that guy. Well, that's the thing, Sake Tanuki. I think combining the bingo with the drinking game could be very fun. And maybe I will do that, because I did get some locally distilled whiskey.
You should check out Mellet Kiros for CO's first House District when you have the chance. She had an incredible showing at the State Assembly, and Denver DSA is trying to get volunteers for her campaign.
Hell yeah, if you have an in with her campaign, you know, send her my way. The Manzur campaign reached out to me, and we were able to schedule a time, and I'm willing to do that with other left-leaning candidates. So do throw them my way if you have access. Also, Northern Fox, thank you for the $10 dono. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And Shoot Bang, thank you very much for the $5 dono. I might have just thanked you twice. If so, I apologize. But yeah, Checkmate Lincolnites, highly recommend. Very good series. Also, the finale to that series is fucking nuts. Basically made like an Evil Dead movie out of it, and I kind of love it. How would I feel about it? Look, if Oliver Larkin wanted to be interviewed, yeah, I'd interview Oliver Larkin. But most of these people don't know who I am. Whew. Yeah, Aten Shea's John Brown videos are particularly good, as are his, like, Salem videos. Stone Corbel, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's go! Might be able to score you an interview with a high-profile primary opponent if you're interested. Challenger to one of the most prominent and worst centrist Dems in Congress. I would certainly be interested in that, Dragonfly. Like, especially during primary seasons, like what is happening right now, I want to be pushing and supporting as many challengers to corporate Dem power as possible. Especially if they have, like, a snowball shot in hell or better. You know? Preferably better, but, hell yeah, Stone Corbell. Okay. Aten Shea recently made a disturbing warning about climate change. It doesn't surprise me. Guys, the planet's dying. We need to be doing... Like, we should be... So I asked Karishma Manzoor last night about reviving the Public Works Administration, and we didn't really get into talking about that policy in any depth. But part of the reason I asked her about that is because I think that, much like the Public Works Administration was designed and implemented during a time of national crisis, we are currently in a time of national crisis right now. It's just that we're not in the Great Depression. We're in the potential twilight of the planet. And what is required of us is a nationwide mobilization of worker power in order to build the infrastructure we need for a green revolution, whether that is solar panels, whether that is, the basic improvements to our water systems or our infrastructure systems, or our electrical systems. We need people on a national scale to be doing this. And yes, a raccoon named Spanky. Obviously, we need it to be a worldwide, international scale. But as far as like what you can do with like a Public Works Administration, that's something that can be focused on a national effort. The same way the Public Works Administration during the Great Depression built a huge amount of infrastructure that is still in use today because it was so sorely needed.
First time tuning into a stream and heard Seamus Kennedy in the first 5 minutes. I'ma definitely keep watching.
Nick M, thank you for the $5 super chat. Glad you're liking what you're seeing. And Simric, thank you for gifting a sub over on Twitch as well. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
We need the Public Walks Association. So many people, including myself, could benefit from better walk.
Honestly, yes. I want the public walk, like a communally cared for walk. I think it'd be great. That story you shared about Chinese solar panels in Pakistan made me both super jazzed and unbelievably disappointed in the US. Yeah, I mean, I was also just I was going to talk about this, and then I decided not to, but there was a story that came across, that I came across earlier today about how China has been slowly creating a green wall around one of the country's largest desert areas. And they've effectively created an ecosystem that has stopped the erosion and destruction of the areas around this desert, because every year the desert was getting a little bit bigger. And they've planted so many trees and created this kind of green wall that it is now having a noticeable effect on CO2 levels in that area of the planet. And so what they're seeing is, not only does reforestation in this sense act as a carbon sink in the form of like the trees, but it also helps put carbon into the soil, making the soil itself a bigger carbon sink. And because the trees then provide ground cover, that carbon isn't just immediately released when the sun comes out and bakes the ground. So, like, I think one of the things that, like, when I see that, I'm like, again, this is something that the Public Works Administration, if revived, could do. We could do mass reforesting efforts across the entire country, create good jobs that can like pay a living wage to people, can like be sustainable in the long term, can help save our planet. Like, this is necessary work that is going to have long-term effects, and also a long-term investment into our planet. Like, I just, there's no reason we should not be embracing every means at our disposal in order to try and combat climate change.
The climate change warning is in. I'm not worried about the second Civil War, if y'all want to see it.
Hell yeah. But also, like, I do want to reiterate that one of the reasons I have a channel in the first place is because I know this might sound silly. I played the video game Frostpunk. Not Frostpunk 2, Frostpunk the first one. And that game is a massive warning against how environmental, essentially how your environment can create the conditions for authoritarianism. And so part of the issue that we're looking at here is that as things worsen, and they are going to get worse, there needs to be
honestly
a democratic
we also
movement.
Need atomics, be it fission or fusion. I'm a fan of helium here in WA. Pinch is the way to go. Atomic power is a safe and consistent source of green power. Plus, it can power atmospheric filtration.
And I'm also in favor of nuclear, either fusion or fission. Obviously I'd love fusion, but that's a ways away. Like, there needs to be a mass mobilization on this front. And I know that, like, when we look around the world at, like, the green industry in general, it's not perfect, and there are going to be costs and trade-offs. But I think we do need to embrace basically all of the tools at our disposal. We need to treat this like it is, in fact, a global catastrophe. And so I just
Atomic power? Godzilla Stunlock segment goo.
I do love Godzilla, but you're no, not today. Ecofascism isn't here yet, but it's coming. Exactly, Mr. Malachite. You look at how the world is being destabilized by climate change. we're already seeing, climate change refugees on scales that every year get more and bigger and bigger. And, when I see that, and I already see how Republicans and conservatives have been polarized against immigrants right now, it's only going to get worse as climate change worsens, And so my entire point here, I guess, and the reason I started this channel, in addition to the fact that I saw a Tim Pool video and I just thought, this is the most boring shit and inaccurate shit I've ever seen, I could do better. Like, if we don't get involved now, the external pressures and the internal pressures, because conservatives hate immigrants right now. How are they going to feel about climate change refugees that are from within the United States' own borders as sea levels rise? There's going to be a massive backlash both internally and externally. And the only way I see that going well is if we win. Is if we get involved now and we ensure democracy is prioritized, we ensure human rights and human dignity are prioritized, and we do something about climate change now. Not 20, 30 years from now, but now. So, that's one of the reasons I'm politically active. Yeah, exactly, shoot bang. Or just, well, yeah, yes, domestic ecological refugees are going to be huge. Let's win this and get real people's democracy for all people everywhere. Hell yeah! You know what was crazy? Okay, just one last point and then we'll move on to the next segment. But you know what was crazy? I was watching a debate where, that guy, I always forget his actual name, Mencius Moldbug. That guy... I know his name isn't like Cornelius Hornswoggle, but that's what I think of him in my head. What's his name? Mencius Moldbug? The shitty Nazi philosopher that captured Silicon Valley. You guys know which one I'm talking about, right? Curtis Yarvin, thank you. I was watching a Curtis Yarvin debate, and the crazy thing about it was one of his points that he made during that debate is my point, except he approaches it from the opposite angle, which is that in America we have all of these authoritarian structures, all of these little tyrannies all around us in the form of companies. And his point is, well, we allow all of these tyrannies to exist. Why shouldn't our nation also be tyrannical? He's like, well, tyrannies work so well. Look at how well companies work. We should have that as our national structure.
For me, it was growing up part of an impoverished family and eventually reconciling the disconnect between my family's views and the reality of the working class. Whatever it takes to move is valid.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Annalisa Zura. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And so... But my point is, I look around and I see all of these unjustified tyrannical hierarchies in the form of companies, and I think to myself, why should we in a democracy, a government for and by the people, put up with these little tyrannies where people spend the majorities of their days? Why should we do that? Why should you look out and see all of the options for your life dictated for you by some boss in a company that you're never going to enjoy the benefits of your labor? You know? All that money keeps getting hoovered up by billionaires. You know? All of your work, all of your effort, all of your sweat gets used up to benefit these billionaires. And, like, that doesn't seem fair to me. That doesn't seem right to me in a democracy. For you, the day Bison graced your village was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was Tuesday.
Of course!
Thank you for the $5 super chat. But yeah, I look at it and I see it the same way. I just think that those tyrannies are there to be abolished and overcome. Those tyrannies are there, and we should stop them from operating in our democratic country. Democracy is good. Democracy is good enough for America. It should be good enough for your workplace. So, that's my fundamental argument. And the, I just thought it was very strange to see Curtis Yarvin make my exact point just inverted for evil. All right. Also, just wanted to say, folks, in case you are unaware, in case you're one of like the 5 people who aren't aware right now. Also, I think we're at there we go. The Onion has officially completed its purchase of Infowars. So now Infowars is friend-shaped. Global Tetrahedron takes over Infowars. It's actually happening.
Hey everybody, I got some breaking news for you. It's looking very likely that Global Tetrahedron will seize control of Infowars in the coming days. The folks at Global Tetrahedron have asked me to step in as to run the show over there and become a big part of the future. So we're exploring. Sorry. My name is Tim Heidecker, and I'm just here to let you know that I am now in charge of Infowars. It's an honor to take over the reins and chart a new path towards the future. We're looking forward to relaunching the site soon in the next coming months, and we're not really sure what we're going to do with it. We're talking about all sorts of ideas. We were playing around with it being a real estate broker service or a cryptocurrency exchange market, a place to store pictures, almost like a Dropbox account. Not sure, a lot of ideas, but very excited to take this on. And just want to wish everyone, extend a hand of friendship and grace as we proceed through this process. It's not going to be easy, but I can assure you that we have our best intentions in mind. We are in the city of brotherly love, and I want to extend that sentiment to all our friends over there, longtime fans and consumers of the Infowars products. We've got some exciting products coming as well. We're working with a company that will enable you to turn your urine into gold. So stay tuned for more information about that, and stay with us. Stay updated on Infowars for more information as this story develops.
And wait, did they buy it? Yes, they did. They bought it. They bought it, and if you go to theonion.info, unlock the secret wealth stream, turn your piss into gold. At long last, Infowars is ours. By Bryce P. Tetraeder, Global Tetrahedron CEO. Let me tell you a story. When I was a child, I suffered from night terrors. It was always the same dream. I could hear my family and neighbors wailing in the streets outside as they were pursued and then destroyed by a nameless malevolent force, something neither I nor anyone else could control, a great darkness that was, somehow, all my fault. Today, that childhood dream is finally coming true. Today I can finally say the sweetest 9 or 10 words in the English language. Global Tetrahedron has completed its plan to control Infowars. I've had a lot of time to think about Infowars in the last year and a half. As the seasons have changed, my ambitions for the project have grown grander, crueler, better aligned with market data. Come, friends, and imagine with me. Imagine a roaring arena packed to the rafters with pathological liars. High above you in the nosebleeds are podcasters screaming that you'll die if you don't buy their skincare products. Below on the floor, imagine demonic battalions of super influencers physically forcing people into home fitness devices designed to dismantle your body bone by bone and reassemble you into a grotesque statue of yourself. Out of the throngs, an extremely sick-looking man approaches you. He puts his hands on your shoulders. He explains that he is your life coach and that you owe him $800. Such is the Infowars I envision, of infinite virtual surface, teeming with ads. Not just ads, but scams. Not just scams, but lies with no object. Free radical misinformation, sentences and images so poorly thought out that they are unhealthy even to view for just a few seconds.
I'm amazed they didn't call it European, or You're in Luck, or Gold for Gold.
Gold in, gold out. Best offer you'll get. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's go. It's so good. With this new Infowars, we will democratize psychological torture, welcoming brutal and sadistic ideas from everyone, even the very stupidest among us. It will be like the Manhattan Project, only instead of a bomb, we will be building a website. It's just some incredible stuff. You get Demon Guard Holy Protection patches. No longer shall the wicked prey on the righteous. Turn your piss into gold. Liquidate your assets today. Pure O oxygen. Empty pills. This one, when I saw this one, Learn to Float, Discover the Secret, I legit lost my shit for like 5 minutes. It's like, it's not quite as overwhelming as flying, but it would still be pretty cool. God, it's some incredible, incredible stuff. Anyway, you can buy cool merch from them now. I'm probably gonna get some of their merch. Not to like, look, this isn't the segment. I'm not saying you guys should or shouldn't subscribe to The Onion. I mean, why wouldn't you? But also, their merch is pretty fucking cool. Alex must be losing his shit. God, I hope so. Remember when I interviewed that guy who worked at the public access station where Alex Jones got his start? That was a crazy interview. All right, you guys ready for our next segment? Wait, what interview? Yeah, like a year or two ago, I interviewed one of the guys who worked at the public access radio or television station where Alex Jones got his start.
They could have gone with InfoWipes if they hadn't already done so.
Worked there at the same time. InfoWipes would have been really good. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate the support. Jack, get some hot tea for your throat? No. I'm gonna drink cold tea for my throat. It might have been before you joined, Comrade Girl. All right. God, I love it. Alex Jones going out there saying, okay, yeah, Alex Jones is not doing okay, guys. He's not doing okay.
You could do a parody of somebody, but none of you took something from them.
Right.
We've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep shit. I'm already suing the Democrat Party law firms. Already got civil rights lawsuits. So you think, look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me.
Incredible shit. You know what? Fuck it. We'll watch the entire 5-minute clip.
Pulling the shirt off of Alex Jones's back at this point, and it's a sad thing to see. Are you an?
You know, it's incredible that like he's appearing on screen next to a hat. It appears they're selling that just says low IQ.
Employee of the Onion now, Alex?
No, we laugh about this, but a year and a half ago, they announced that they now owned us.
Yep.
And it was all a fraud. This time,
this guy looks so uncomfortable next to Alex Jones' shirtless body.
they had a court hearing, and they're announcing they own us, which shows with this judge that's been super corrupt, the state judge, it's already a done deal. But don't worry, we got a bunch of legal avenues. It'd be one thing if they just shut us down, but they are telling the New York Times, and I've seen more videos, that they're going to misrepresent, if you played the trailer,
yeah,
they're going to misrepresent that they're us to confuse people and quote, rip people off like Alex Jones did. They're going to make money. The whole thing's about defaming me.
No, they won I think they won like the right to license Infowars. And so they're using it to license merch and also like license a website affiliated with the Onion as Infowars. It's so fucking funny.
You can't take something over and then act like you're somebody, even if you say it's a parody. You can do a parody of somebody, but not if
yeah,
you
they
took
won the
something
entire
from them.
trademark.
We've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep shit. I'm already suing the Democrat Party law firms. Already got civil rights lawsuits. So you think, look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me.
This bit has gone on way too long, bud. You've said it 3 times now.
So let's be 100% clear about that. And so you guys just keep laughing, just like you did a year and a half ago, or it was November 2024.
Mm-hmm.
So is that about a year and a half?
Yeah, this is a story from December 10th.
I do wonder, how long is it going to take them to close down, like, the Infowars website itself? Because they haven't yet.
10th, sale of Alex Jones' Infowars to the Onion rejected, and I'll get into this and
So but yeah, they need to be us to confuse people. By the way, it's a total failure. He goes, oh, we're the 5th biggest newspapers. That's a lie. Newspapers are all dead. Okay?
I looked it up. The Onion gets less than half of the traffic that Infowars gets.
I remember
That's not the own you think it is, bud.
They said they were going to beat Charlie Kirk. Remember when he died, they said we're going to misrepresent fake quotes of him. This is what the left do. They try to silence you, then they misrepresent who you are.
Yeah, all of those people behind Mecha Kirk, they were all the left. Definitely wasn't conservatives making the Charlie Kirk slop. Can I really want to find you guys the Kirk slop I saw. Several people have written about it, but I'm looking very specifically for the Kirk slop eggs.
It's all right.
Nope, not that one. It's like 2 pictures of like Charlie Kirk as like an egg. Ah, whatever.
Body snatchers. They're skinwalkers.
The Kirk slop. Oh, I guess for those of you who don't know,
we're the only ones allowed to make fun of Charlie's death for profit and aura farming.
No. Oh, the Kirkinator. No, that's what it was called. Kirkinator. God, it's taking me so long. Is this it? I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. It's just, when I say Kirk slop, this is what I mean, guys.
At the starting of the week, at Summit Talks, you'll hear them speak. It's only Monday.
I'll get you your fat dog. Hop in, nigga.
Negotiations raining down. See the leaders walk around. So that Monday. Tomorrow never comes until it's too late.
It's just like turning Charlie Kirk into like a meme Terminator robot thing. And then it like, because it's all just AI chasing algorithm bullshit, then of course it's like, oh, well, we gotta have a robot George Floyd in there too. Fentanyl, haha. And like, all of this just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And then you finally get to like Charlie Kirk as an egg. Yes, we will. I do like I Am Erica Kirk. That is excellent meme material. Did Juniper? No, I don't think it was Juniper who posted it. God. Cyborg said the N-word. So funny. It's not. It's worse than Cyborg. It's George Floyd as a cyborg. You know, it's really gross. I'm looking for a very specific thing. Charlie Kirk egg. Like, Charlie Kirk egg is like the final form of Charlie Kirk. AI bullshit, you know? Kirk egg? Maybe that will get me the result I'm looking for. I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. I cannot find it. I can't find Kirk egg. No, I need to find Kirk egg. You don't understand. You guys don't understand me. If I can't produce Kirk egg, what am I? What kind of content creator am I? What about Potato Charlie Kirk? This'll do. This will do. All right? This was going around on social media the other day.
We love sneakers, oh too. I'm not taking my sneakers off. I am sneakers, oh.
That is the end result of Kirk slop. Okay? The Kirk slop runs the gamut from Kirkinator to whatever the hell that was. Okay? There you go. They love sneakers, O'Toole. That's just where we are now. Sorry.
Am I the only one who thought Kirk reminded them of Invader Zim Santa?
Oh God. Yeah. I can see it. I can see the family resemblance. Oh God. We'll watch the Erica Kirk musical after we finish this.
They literally take your skin. This is going to backfire big time, folks. Anyways, but hey, you may have.
You got him, Alex. you got him. Oh my God. Alex Jones so upset, mauling so hard that instead of turning into a corn cob, he turned into an onion.
May try to take our skin, you may try to take our clothes, but we're still the real Infowar. And everybody's going to understand that the Infowars is a generic term. A website doesn't matter. Everybody's an Info warrior. Don't let them convince you of this. It's going to blow up big time in their face.
Did you see the Ben Collins video where he says we're in an information war?
No.
Yeah, it's an old video where he was doing it at the National Press Club, and he says, we're in an information war right now, and the truth is hard to find. So they've lost the information war, and so they've resorted to lawfare.
And then taking on our skin.
Yeah.
This is you got a man's coat. Don't mean you're them.
No, it's ridiculous. And again, yeah, they just do it.
Forget.
They get away with it.
Alex Jones genuinely doesn't know where his shirt is at this point.
Onions, like ogres, have layers, unlike Jones or Infowars.
And onions, like jokes, also have layers. Oh God. Everything about this is very funny to me. I don't really, and the reason this isn't like, I don't intend for this to be a segment, though it might as well be. It's just because I don't have like an in-depth critique here other than to point and laugh at this and say this is very funny and very satisfying. This man should be buried under his house of lies.
The Paul Weiss law firm ran all this. Trump settled with them. They settled, and now Trump's on their side.
Yep.
So, hey, feel good, guys. You're on Trump's side. You said it was so bad.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly it. They are literally on the bad guy's side. So, yeah, it's going to fail.
Wait, we don't own the AlexJonesStore.com. That's how they back us. That's how they keep us on air. You can't get that.
Yeah, so as you guys know, again, the AlexJonesStore.com, that is the only way that we get funding. If you go there, we stay on air. If you don't, we go away. That's how it works. The Onion cannot make us go away, okay? The lawyers cannot make us go away. The only way we go away is if you don't support us.
And people get confused. It'll be the Alex Jones Network. New news sites. You'll hear about it all soon. All ready to launch. Same people. Harrison, we're going to expand all of it.
Yep, absolutely. And we've been waiting for this, y'all. We have been under a wet blanket of bankruptcy for a long time. It has severely restricted what we've been able to do. We're about to explode. We're about to launch, folks.
Look, guys, we're doing great. This is why we have to sell this vaporwave iodine to you over at the Alex Jones store, okay, guys? Buy our iodine. Look, it's cool. It looks like vaporwave. Remember vaporwave? The only place you can get it is the Alex Jones store.
We're on the launch pad. The countdown has begun. May 1st is the date. I believe I heard Alex say that.
Oh, is May 1st the date when the Onion officially takes over, like, the Infowars website? That'll be such a sweet day.
On air today. We'll be switching over. So do make sure you're following us on X, because if you want to know where we go, if they take down the website or whatever, and you're wondering where we are, and you got to do this, because I know people get in the habit. I told the story the other day, but I had a neighbor, And when we got kicked off YouTube in like 2019, he was like, yeah, I miss seeing Alex. And I'm like, well, we still have band.video. And his response was just like, yeah, I watch YouTube. And it's just like, that's how some people are. If you're not on their favorite platform, you just disappear and you don't exist anymore. Just don't fall into that trap.
Don't be trapped by the fact that we've lied to you for years. Incurring massive amounts of bankruptcy. God.
Just so people know, their wages are garnished, so every dollar they make is still going towards helping Sandy Hook families.
Hell yeah. Love to see it. Sylvie DUB, thank you for the $5 super chat. Jack, you gotta see this? What is this?
We are Charlie Kirk, a spiritual sequel to being John Malkovich.
Oh no, wait. I don't remember this part. I remember the Perry Mason moment.
I've been told that it goes on, and he says that he's sorry, and we'd ask that the entire part be played.
Spit your gum out, Mr. Jones.
It's not gum.
Well, what is it? Because you're not allowed food or gum of any kind in the courtroom.
I had my tooth pulled a week and a half ago, and I had some gauze in there earlier, and it's been causing me to have some pain.
So you're chewing on your gauze?
Would you like me to show you?
No, I
Right
just
here?
want you to answer my question.
No, I was massaging the hole in my mouth with my tongue. I'll show you right here. Here.
I don't want to see
All right.
the inside of your mouth.
Oh no, there's no gum. Hole.
Sit down. Do you want to play the rest of it to see if you'll... I mean, if we're going to go on this path, it could go on all day.
I don't want to play it because defaming someone and continuing this whole saga and then saying I'm sorry is an optional completeness.
No, Mr. Jones, I don't want to see in the inside of your mouth. God. He's so gross. God. Alright. Anyway, if you got anything out of that, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, do the things. My eye makeup is messed up. Leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words, helping the algorithm. Oh, I'm trying my best to hold it together, folks, but I am fucking exhausted. Let's see. Let's do... Yes. Lots of missed links. Oh,
Lots
God.
of missed links. KEKW.
Oh no. Wait, info wipes. Oh God. I love it. It's more than enough. It's more than fine to call it a night. You're right, but there's so much news that I didn't talk about. I didn't get to talk about a lot of the stories. You know what? How about I'm going to do one more segment. We'll talk about the Trump implosion. That way, I can at least say I talked about the top line thing in this show. You know? Look, some days I put together this show and I'm just like, this is what I'll title the stream. And then we never get to any of the things in the actual show title. So let's at least do one from the show title. Is hope still alive? Always, Adams. You just gotta choose it. All right. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. How about at least mention Virginia? I talked about Virginia. I did Virginia. Like, don't talk at me like I didn't talk about it. Well, at least mention it. Like, fuck you, I did. I talked about it for like an hour. God. It's a big deal. Alright. Trump implosion sounds fun and gory. I'm in. Hell yeah. It's okay. You're fine. I'm just sick and ornery. My Dayquil is wearing off. I'm turning into an elderly. Alright. Here we go. So, folks, let's talk about Donald Trump. And very specifically about the fact that Donald Trump is currently in free fall.
Jack is cute when she's being gaslit.
I am, by gas-powered lamps. Not so cute when I'm being gaslit emotionally, but gas-powered lights, very cute.
Yes, Virginia, there is gerrymandering should be the title of that segment.
That would be really good. That would be really good. All right. So, folks, we need to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is in what I would call approval freefall. New polling came out today, basically showing that Donald Trump is threatening to drop below 30%. Like, when we talk about historically low approval ratings, we're talking like low 30s, and that's where he's at right now. Okay, the new AP NORC poll is devastating for him. Like, it turns out taking the country to war with Iran for no reason and being unable multiple weeks in to provide any real reason for us to do this while global markets are just going haywire. Not very popular. Trump's approval rating on the economy dropped to 30%. Only 32% of the country approves of what Donald Trump is doing with Iran. Like, we're starting to talk about, like, his overall job performance is now at 33%. It dropped down from 38% last night. So, where we're at is that the president has dropped 5 points in less than a month. And I gotta be honest with you guys. I know for a long time people are like, well, his base still supports him. His base still supports him. His base still supports him, right? And of course they do. But I do want to point out that his approval among Republicans has now hit 68%. Which, granted, that's still pretty high comparatively. But it also means that his base of support is cracking. Like, he came in with like 95% approval. He's lost like a solid 30% of like the Republican base. And not only that, it's threatening to drop lower. Because I need you guys to understand, a Republican president, especially someone like Trump, who relies almost entirely on his cult of personality, dropping in popularity, that's a existential problem for his ability to maintain power. Okay?
LMAO, he didn't even hit the nice 69%.
It's insane that it's so high. It's so high because his supporters exist within a gigantic media bubble. They aren't getting information from outside the bubble here, guys. But they are still subject to the economic forces that exist in the real world and come in from outside that bubble. And a lot of them are realizing they're getting fucked over. You know? Like, the farmers in the Midwest right now are starting to feel the tremors of what Donald Trump started when the Strait of Hormuz got closed down because we invaded Iran. And that blocked off a huge chunk of the global fertilizer supply. And that's causing huge jumps for farmers to a degree that they cannot survive financially. And when we're talking about the country's overall approval rating of him on economic issues, we're talking 30%. Like, that's colossally bad. Even if you, like, what that polling shows us is that even if 68% of Republicans support him overall, a lot of that support is dropping on a lot of different issues in order for it to, for like support on like economic issues, for example, to hit 30%. And not only that, like, I gotta say, it's unprecedented for a Republican to have this low of an approval rating among their own party. Among his own party, he's at 68%. A lot of people are like, well, that's really high. I gotta be honest with you guys. If this goes lower, like if we start seeing it drop in the Republican Party, support for Trump drop below 66% and get down to like 64, 62, 60%, like that is a level of insane disapproval, the likes of which I don't know that we've ever seen. Like since, you know, going back to like maybe Hoover, you know, like we're talking like going back a long time ago to some like Great Depression era presidents that were getting blamed for said Great Depression. And like that's where he is now. Like he's right now where George W. Bush was when he was at the end of his second term. Just to give you guys you're basically looking at the comparable points of reference. You got George W. Bush towards the end of his second term, where I want to remind you guys the bottom had fallen out of the economy and everyone was fucking pissed. And then you have Hoover during the Great Depression. And like, if you see this fall just a little bit more, like we're talking like Democrats are going to be taking the Senate too. Like we're talking previously unthinkable kinds of wins in Congress are now thinkable. And so it's pretty telling. I mean, the AP reporting here, Catherine Bright, 60, a retired captain in the U.S. Air Force, regrets that she supported Trump in the last election. I feel disgusted with myself. I feel betrayed, like he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, she said. And I do have to say, that's bullshit. You knew who you were voting for. You just thought it was going to go better. You thought he was going to deliver and not be fucking insane, and you thought wrong. They're learning. I don't know if they're learning, but like it's a window of opportunity to at least capitalize on them realizing that they were wrong, even if belatedly. God, it's like high school class president. I'm gonna promise we're gonna get pizza every single day. Then as soon as they get elected, they're like, oh, I lied. Yeah, it is kind of like politicians be lying. God. It's so frustrating.
Damn you, Spaceballs.
Yeah. I do just want to point out, again, the collapse for Trump on issues like the economy it's the death knell of his overall approval rating. It's not going to get better. Also, Saki Tanuki, what is this?
Daddy, is it really you?
Yes, my dear. I guarantee it. Would I lie?
Daddy. Oh, no, Vesper, don't! Ah! No. No.
Fool you! It really do be like that, though. Yeah, she believed the pizza everyday candidate at 60 years old, indeed. Fell for it again award. But also, I just gotta be honest with you. This is not limited to just the AP's polling. Strength in Numbers also put out their own poll results earlier today, with along with Verisight. And yeah, it's really bad for him. You know, we're looking at like from this poll 35% approval and like one of the lowest rankings on the economy ever. Ever. Yeah, -46 on inflation and prices. Like, I just want to say he's done. There's no way for this guy to course correct. There's not a way for him to do it. Right? Like, it's just blatantly obvious that this guy's corrupt, that he's self-serving, that he's selling all of us the fuck out while he tries to, you know, reap the benefits of his position. Look, he's giving himself $10 billion of taxpayer money in front of everybody. He's gonna settle with himself. This kind of shit, it's treasonous. It is a betrayal of the Republic, and even the most pro-Trump people, like, it's starting to break through, you know? I mean, also combine that with the fact that, like, all of the grand designs, all of the Republican Party's, like, big ideas, you know, Project 2025 and all of that, to a certain extent, it was reliant on yes men. But there's an important component that is required from all of these plans at this scale, which is that you don't just need yes men, you need talented yes men. And people with talent don't become yes men, generally speaking. Now, this is a problem that is actually so noted that Pam Bondi's former top aide is quoted by CNN saying, part of the reason the weaponization work has been difficult is that you need people who are MAGA and who are really competent. Many career prosecutors are not interested in this kind of work. It's a very small group of people. And that's the issue, right? It's an issue not just for the Justice Department under Pam Bondi, but it's an issue for basically everywhere that the MAGA movement has tried to take over and do this, do what they're doing. It's part of their plan was to slash all of these government organizations and try and consolidate government power as much as possible because they just simply do not have the people to be able to continue projecting power and dominating the news cycle in the way they want. Right? And I mean, like, they're losing on all of their fronts. A federal judge basically declared RFK Jr.'s policy on gender-affirming care bullshit. They're losing on that. They're also losing when it comes to, I mean, the economy, very obviously, even from the polling. But, like, you can't piss on people and tell them that it's rain. People are going to figure out that weirdly warm rain isn't just because it's warm outside, actually. It's going to be some other giveaways here.
So if you remove the overhang, or at least keep people updated,
My point was that there must be some underlying fundamentals that you would point to.
Sure.
That were, whether it's corporate profits, whether it's margins. I mean, I'm amazed at how well behaved the bond market has been. The 10-year staying right around in a range, in spite of a lot of different concerns about debt and inflation and everything else.
Well, as you know, that we've had 2 earnings seasons in a row where basically everything's surprising on the upside. That's happening because the golden age that President Trump promised is starting to be very visible in the profit data, but also more importantly in the wage data. If you're a person who has a job where you're making tips, or you're making overtime, or you're a retiree who thought that Social Security wasn't what you expected, you need to make some more money, all of you got huge tax breaks in the $4,000 to $7,000 range because.
Like, I'm sorry, the golden age it's so apparent. Just look at the profit data. Yeah, the profit data for the biggest companies in the world who are also juicing one another up off of AI with like speculative investments by siphoning up all of the investor cash that's available on a fucking flim-flam technology. Okay. Yeah, that profit data. None of those companies are profitable off of AI. But okay. And you're seeing it in the wages. Oh yeah, all of those tipped workers just roll it in the cash. I just, like, I don't know. I know that people are struggling right now. Like, the prices that have increased off of tariffs, off of this war with Iran, like, people are struggling.
This was not the golden shower I expected.
I mean, it's not the golden shower that even Donald Trump expected. Like, it's all bullshit. They're still betting the entire economy on AI? Yeah, and they're taking more and more risky investments in order to do it. It's very scary. 95% of Americans, including tip workers, paid more on their taxes under Trump's new taxes. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even believe him when he says people got like a $4,000 tax break as a tipped employee. I don't believe that. I think that is vastly overstating like the actual like refunds tipped workers are getting.
The big beautiful bill. And so I think that with strong domestic economy, then the question is there something about the foreign relations that could upset that? And first, the U.S. economy is the engine of global growth. And so a strong U.S. economy is a super positive, despite what's going on in the Gulf. But also, once this is resolved, think about how much energy production in the Gulf area has been depressed over time because of the huge risk premium associated with Iranian misbehavior. And so once this thing is done, think about...
Yeah, the huge risk premium associated with Iranian misbehavior. There wasn't one. Oil shipments were able to go through the Strait of Hormuz without any problem, actually. There wasn't a risk premium. Iran wasn't attacking the oil fields. What are you talking about? Just think of how much greater it's going to be once this war is done. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. And people, like, I'm sorry, this is pissing on people and telling them it's raining. And the polling data that is out now shows that even Republicans aren't buying this shit. Even Republicans look at this and they're like, you know, guys, I think they might be lying to us. Ugh, God. And you know, I would say, hey, maybe things are going pretty okay for the American economy right now, except, I got really bad news for you if you guys think that the economy is doing okay. All right, just if you manage to get this far into the video and you're not nodding along with the economy is doing poorly statements. This came across my news feed about a week or so ago, and I've just been holding on to it because I haven't really been sure what to say about it other than damn, this is bad. But here's from Siena Research Institute. More than a quarter of Americans, 27%, have active online sports betting accounts. A third have opened an account at least once. Hey guys, is it good if people are living in such desperation that they need to resort to gambling to feel like they have a way to have, like, economic mobility? Like, this is bad. It is bad when so many people are so desperate that they feel the need to bet on sporting events so that they can get ahead in life. Also, this should absolutely, like, this should not be legal in the way that it is. God. More polls indicating just how screwed the GOP is. Ossoff is up 9 in Georgia. Democrats are +2 in Iowa. Dems +6 in Maine. The Iowa governor race polled at Democrat +12. That's crazy. God. Unfortunately, the Democratic Party needs to lose elections in order for the electorate to become radicalized. If corporate Democrats win, it will invariably lead to a GOP win next time. Well, that's why we need to ensure corporate Democrats do not win. Right? That's why every day I get on here and I scream at you guys to get involved in your local political processes. It's so that you can stop corporate Democrats from consolidating power and avoid that outcome. Because I also don't think accelerating masked armed men executing people in the streets of my city is going to help people here. Like, if you think I am going to actively move this country in a direction to put more masked people on my streets to kill more people, so just on the off chance that that will get more people to organize against this kind of governance, I think that's a bad idea. And I do not support it. So, just so we're clear, asking me to support any kind of action that would have more masked dudes killing people on my streets, not a good idea. People say harm reduction is actually harm delay. Yeah, but the thing is, with harm delay, you're buying time to do better things in the future. I will never agree with this idea. Like, it's just a fundamental thing we disagree on. Again, if you are asking me to pursue a course of action that kills more people in my neighborhood, like, I live like a handful of blocks away from where Renee Good was gunned down by ICE agents. Like, I'm not going to pursue a course of action that makes that more commonplace in my city or my country. I just full stop. Like, I am not going to pursue a course of action that has, like, the indigenous people in my community afraid to go outside because a government agent is going to stop them and try and kidnap them if they don't have all of their papers on them. Like, I'm not going to pursue that, guys. I'm not willing to put those people on a fucking sacrificial altar for some idea that we need to accelerate and radicalize folks. When what is very clearly happening is that the liberal base is being radicalized. They're the ones out there saying the shit. that I can't say. Delay is also a way to avoid unnecessary confrontation, and we've been kicking these cans down the road for 6 decades. Look, all I can say is you guys are making me incredibly angry. And if you want to do this shit, don't do it here. Like, I'm not willing to look indigenous people in my community in the eye and say, hey guys, sorry, you got to take a bullet so that we can hasten the revolution. I think that's pretty disgusting. I'm not willing to look at people in my community who a few months ago were afraid to go outside and leave their homes to get their family like food or basic medical products or toilet paper and tell them, hey, sorry, you got to go back into hiding because some folks on the internet want to accelerate things and make it worse for you so that, you know, we can like have a revolution or something. Not my cup of tea. I'm on your side. I'm saying we should try kicking the corpos out of the party. Exactly. That is my position. My position is we cannot trust corporate Democrats as far as we can throw them. I just do not support like this. We need to make things worse so as to hasten a confrontation. The confrontation is already happening. Whether we want to meet that confrontation or not, it's happening right now. Corporate Democrats are already on the attack against progressives, and we need to get more people mobilized, both within the party and outside the party, to meet that confrontation. We're already in the shit. I just want people to organize more against corporate Democrats because they are on the attack right now. Which again, why I keep telling folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. We need to organize people both inside and outside the party. Those are two excellent vehicles to do it. And, you know, if you don't know where to start, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. And if you don't want to join the Discord, you can find them over on riverboat.gg over here in this chat. God, I look so tired. Being sick is not a good look on me. God. You know what? I did a good job keeping my cool there. Good job, me. And also, cool thing you can do when you join your local Dems, you can actually change the local platform of your local branch of the Democratic Party. You know, to something like, hey, let's make sure people aren't betting their life savings on sport games. Because that's going to end in tragedy for so many people for so many reasons. And, hey, you know what? I just, you know, I just think that maybe Donald Trump is in an irreversible downward spiral here. And I say that because his Truth Social is just unhinged from reality. You know? Iran is collapsing financially. They want the Strait of Hormuz opened immediately, starving for cash. Losing $500 million a day. Military and police complaining they're not getting paid. SOS. Like, he's living in a fucking delusional land. He's posting through it. He's posting just like fucking like memes and shit like non-stop. And he's reposting all of it too. It's crazy. Like, I don't know, guys. I think the president is insane. And I'm not saying that as like a gotcha. He's just straight up losing it. This is all in the last 7 hours, guys. And it's all like posting about Iran, how Iran's falling apart, Iran's losing. They've definitely lost. And he's doing all of this because Iran pulled out of the peace negotiations that were supposed to happen tomorrow, and he doesn't know what to do. And so he's extended the ceasefire at the request of Pakistan. And like, we have only now, after me talking for like 2 minutes, arrived at the point where we're now talking about posts he made a day ago. This man is like, I'm sorry, I'm going to count how many times he posted today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Like, my God. This guy just doesn't have enough to do. It's fucking nuts. Iran's falling apart, he says, as polling shows him as one of the least popular presidents of all time. It's genuinely wild. But I do want to just, I want to end this on a positive note. Right? Like, Donald Trump is spiraling out of control. His brain is not going to somehow get better. Okay? And on top of that, his polling is already in the gutter. So if his brain isn't going to improve, and his actions aren't going to improve, his polling's not going to improve. And I gotta be honest with you guys, if his overall approval goes below 30%, like into the 20s, then genuinely I think it changes like the calculus for basically everybody. Because right now we've been looking at, oh, well, you know, people, we're before the midterms. Republicans probably aren't going to jump ship before the midterms on Donald Trump. They're all focused on like getting his endorsement and winning in the midterms, and they feel like they need it in order to like validate their run. But if he drops below 30, then I think we start having a different conversation. I think we start seeing Republicans jumping ship in order to try and curry votes with independents. We start seeing an attempt to distance themselves for real from Donald Trump. And not only that, I do think we start to see talk of impeachment, not just from like 1 or 2 Republicans, but from a growing number. A different kind of cool zone. I mean, it's all the same cool zone. The cool zone is neither good nor evil. It's just a range of extended possibilities. But guys, this is why you'd need to get involved with your local Democrats right now, because I guarantee you, and Dragonfly is completely right about this. We've already seen neoconservatives for like the Bulwark jump ship and align themselves with Democrats and try to start having influence over the Democratic Party. You're going to start seeing that from Republican politicians. You might start seeing Republican politicians jumping ship, turning Democrat. Right? And that's not to say that they're going to become liberals. They're going to still be neocons. And they are going to try and take over the Democratic Party. So, the issue here is that we need to build up enough support within the Democratic Party to prevent it from being completely overwhelmed and taken over by conservatives and, you know, conservative lights. You know, establishment Democrats and neocons coming together to form deeply, deeply dangerous blend. Real questions is, does Fetterman vote against convicting Trump? Probably. Probably. His brain's cooked. So that's kind of where things stand. I view all of this as incredibly positive. The polling that Donald Trump is seeing right now is devastating. And the self-interested Republicans in DC are going to start making decisions that to break from Trump. I don't know, it might take another, like, couple weeks of, like, the Strait of Hormuz being blocked and the economic consequences of that being further baked in. It might take something else, something bigger happening. Maybe he uses a nuke, who knows?
Like this bralette from Imogene Olivia.
Exactly! Imogene Olivia bralettes. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. They actually have a lot of support for just being a bralette. Go check it out. Super comfortable. Wearing one right now. Very cool. Will make you look sexier, and also, it's non-tuck lingerie. Go check it out. But, yeah. All of this is bad news for Donald Trump, and it should light a fire under all of your asses to get involved with your local political scene immediately if you are not. Because we need folks in there to stop any kind of further conservative takeover of the Democratic Party. If you want an analogy or an analogous situation, look no further than Keir Starmer over in the UK. What they did over there, what Keir Starmer did was just a complete and utter bungling of a nationwide mandate that he received. And instead of going to the left with it, he took it to a more conservative place. And people fucking hated it. Let's just skip that step. Let's get involved now and make sure that the people who are coming up in the Democratic Party are actually pro-working class. Actually give a shit about human rights. Dragonfly knows. Dragonfly has been organizing inside the Democratic Party for years and has, quote, I regularly have to slap down neo-lib centrists. And when you've organized inside the party, you can do that. But you need to be in the room in order to make that happen. All right? So, all that being said, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really helping the algorithm. And go check out the interview I did with Karishma Manzoor. It's up on my YouTube channel. Very, very good. Very promising Senate candidate in New Hampshire, speaking truth to power and going up against Chris Pappas in the primary. Go check that out if you are, especially if you're interested in getting AIPAC-backed politicians out of politics. All that being said, let's keep going. Let's do it. We finished the segment. We did it, everybody. Woo! I hope my voice sounds better than it feels in my body. Because my voice is shot. My throat is so sore. Segi accomplished. We did it, baby. Whew. I did survive the Segi. We did it. We did it, everybody. Also, I decided I should show you guys just cool science things every so often. Just because I like science and cool science shit. I don't know. It restores a little bit of my faith in humanity. So I wanted to share this with you guys. I thought this was lovely. It's coming out of Vancouver.
Most people rinse their fresh fruit with tap water, but UBC researchers have developed a solution that can wash away pesticide residue and keep produce fresher longer.
I'm interested in doing this project because I want to extend the shelf life of fresh produce because they are very easy to spoil.
At room temperature.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's just nice to be reminded that not everyone in the world is like a fucking evil corpo goon. Like, just someone, like a scientist just being like, I just want to make like fruit spoils so fast and I want to make it clean and last longer. Like, that's 10 out of 10 idea. Tell me more.
Grapes last about a week.
Our solutions, they can keep the grapes fresh for more than 2 weeks at room temperature.
The solution is made of starch, tannic acid, and iron.
So we have tested.
Like, it doubles the shelf life of fresh produce. That's cool as shit. It doubles the shelf life of fresh fruit. That's so cool.
Apple slice and grapes, and we are also working on other types of the fresh produce like strawberry, blueberries.
To test its effectiveness, students use a laser that measures pesticide on the fruit's surface. They found washing with water removes about 40% of that residue, and rinsing with their solution removes nearly 90%.
Our solutions, they can actually interact or bond with the pesticides. So during the washing solutions, they can lift them off from the surface, so they will have a better washing efficiencies.
Our aim is to make the food more safety for people to eat. And I find it's really interesting, and it makes our healthier and makes the world better.
There are fruit washes on the market that remove pesticides and others that keep produce fresh, but the researchers believe theirs is the first to do both at a cost of about 3 cents per apple.
We are trying to further reduce the price and make a large batch of the productions, and in the future we hope to commercialize these washing solutions that can help to improve food safety and qualities.
For the students who worked on this first of its kind fruit wash,
I think it's quite exciting to see my product being used by the consumer or the industry in real life. I create something useful for people. That would be awesome.
Shannon Patterson, CTV News, Vancouver.
I just love them. I love them. It's just unambiguously a good thing. Here's a link to the segment because I know some of you were asking for it. Good job, Canada. Good on you for not defunding your universities. Science is so cool, isn't it? Also, maybe I'll just share some cool science with you before we go, okay? This was neat. This was just published a couple days ago. Alkaline cement tiles boost baby coral survival from 12% to 52%. So basically, one of the problems that's been killing coral around the world, climate change, one of the things that can help baby corals survive and thrive is to build like a specialized alkaline cement base for the corals to take hold on. And that keeps them alive much better. It's really, really cool. An interdisciplinary team at the University of Miami has discovered a new way to help lab-grown baby corals survive through the often difficult early life stage by growing these tiny baby corals on cement tiles formulated with sodium carbonate, which raises the alkalinity of the water. The team was able to show that young mountainous star corals are able to survive much better than average lab-grown corals. Because survivorship among these corals is often challenging, the technique could prove useful for coral restoration efforts across the globe. It's really fucking cool. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that can help coral restoration efforts around the world, including like the Great Barrier Reef. Yeah. If you guys want to take a look at the actual study itself, Here it is. I'll link it to you guys in chat. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I think that's neat. Watch this majority clip with an audio of Cory Booker. Okay. Wait a minute, this is on Threads. That's fine, I can still use it.
I want the Michigan fist.
That's going to be a sound drop.
I want the Michigan fist.
That was me at 8:30 this morning, just playing that over and over again, belly laughing.
Oh my god! I don't think I can read the IMs anymore. I got too many.
I want that Michigan fist.
I can't see the IMs. Okay.
Sam is
Ramon
dying.
Frankenstein. I'm looking to get Michigan fisted, if you know what I'm saying.
If you know what I'm saying.
Looking to get. Oh no, I can't read this. Looking to get a Detroit digit in the bussy. That's for Ramon Frankenstein. I want to make that absolutely clear.
I want the Michigan fist.
That's going to be a sound drop.
Oh god, listening to Sam read that fucking killed me. God. Whew. I want that Michigan fist. Like, why'd you put so much respect on the fist, man? It's he Cory Booker uses the same like emphasis as Falcon Punch, you know, like Michigan fist, Detroit smash, Detroit finger. Also, I like that Sam calls it a bussy. I love Sam's innocence. God. Falcon Fist. Oh god, Michigan Fist is an All Might move that was rejected. Yeah, it was too on the ass, if you know what I'm saying. Oh fuck. God. Alright, my voice has started to hurt too much, and I need to go to bed. But folks, it's been a wonderful 4 hours with you guys, 4+ hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, leave a comment, share the stream with your friends, your family, your neighbors, your cats, and also consider supporting the show and click the goddamn button.
Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button.
Thank you for the Science Palette Cleanser. You're very welcome.
Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a 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 button, click
There we go, folks. Good night, all you wonderful beings. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some What If Alt Hist content. It will be a kind of a later stream tomorrow, I believe. But who knows? Maybe I'll surprise us all and be on time. All that being said, good night, you wonderful beings. Bye.
The Michigan fist.
That's going to be a sound drop.
I want the Michigan fist.
That was me at 8:30 this morning, just playing that over and over again, belly laughing.
Oh my god! I don't think I can read the IMs anymore. I got too many.
I want that Michigan fist.